Meant to be, eh? Meant to be perfection. Hello, hello. We'll go over here for a minute because I'm still a little all over the place. Back kia ora. Yes, I am back. I did decide that it's Friday night and you know what? I felt like streaming. So I felt like colouring. I felt like hanging out and vibing. I felt like just doing a bit of a nighttime stream and doing some more colouring. I did decide against doing more on kitties, but we have Bat Boy. And I was like, oh, you know what? Bat Boy feels like Friday night. So I'm starting slightly later than I wanted to, but I kind of zoned out for a hot minute after dinner, which, by the way, we had dinner. It wasn't a lot. There was a lot. We didn't eat a lot of it because it wasn't great. So, yes, I also have McDonald's. So yeah, I'm still eating. I raced down to get this before starting stream, so I've still got to eat this as well. Just a cheeseburger combo and a strawberry sundae. Nothing too fancy. But yeah, it's going to be live at about 7:30. And after dinner, I just kind of zoned out and watching shorts for ages. And then I was like, I've got to stop doing this. Just like zoning out. And then I looked at the time. I was like, why am I zoning out so much tonight? And I was like, probably because you're still hungry. So I still need to cook but don't want to cook. Yeah, I could have like looked for some leftovers. I could have figured out something, but I was just like, I just don't want to think. So fired up the app, had a look at the combo deals. It was $8 for a 2-time cheeseburger combo deal thingy. And then I've got a strawberry sundae. So I only need a small one because I like to get the. Right, that done. I like to get the 2-time single cheeseburgers. I have an order. I don't think it's weird. I just know it's not everyone's cup of tea. So I get the regular cheeseburgers, and then on that cheeseburger, I will always order extra pickles, mustard, and onions. All the things that the kids usually take off, right? I want extras of it. So extra mustard, extra pickle, and extra onion. Because one tiny little pickle for this burger does not cover it. You need at least 3 pickles. I prefer if they put 5, but if they put 3, I'm content. And they put 3 tonight. Sometimes they give me 5. Sometimes they used to give me like piles of them. It was great. But get extras of those. And then after you've got the extra pickles, mustard, and onion, you have to take the bottom bun off because the top bun is always fused with the cheese, which is super annoying. So you take the bottom bun off, and then I would just eat it with only half the bread. So because I got 2 of them, I did sandwich the 2 halves back together. But you might be like, well, why don't you just get a double cheeseburger? No, because if you ask for extra pickles, mustard, and onion, they're only going to be 1 extra lot. Like 2 patties means twice the double amount. So yeah. I have my way. I remove pickles. I hate them. Give them to me. Give them to me. I love pickles. I like extra pickles. Like extra pickles, extra onions, extra mustard. And I know that's not everyone's cup of tea of an order, but it's my order. Okay. I think it's a bit higher since we moved it up earlier as well. Yeah, that's feeling a little bit more in proportion. My head's in the center now. But my spine does actually shrink over the day too. Yeah, I should have gone for a wrap, but I don't know. I just don't remember that they have wraps 90% of the time. I know. My order when I was a kid was always a McChicken or a cheeseburger, so I'm just, I know, I think McDonald's is kid food, so, I mean, it's not even real food, let's face it. But, yeah, if I'm going near either a McChicken burger, chicken nuggets, or cheeseburger, or some combination of all 3. Right, the music's feeling a little loud again. Can always turn it up if need be. Okay, I think we're a functioning adult. I think we're a functional stream. I don't know if I'm a functioning adult, but I think we're a functioning stream. I actually got home and pressed the go live, and then I was like, oh crap, I haven't eaten any of my food. Good thing I don't care about eating on stream. I actually just went for this combo tonight because it was $8. Like, it was a cheap deal. That was my thing. So I don't really want to spend a lot of money on this, so. What have they got that's cheap? And then I saw the deal and I was like, done. Right. So, I do need to do one more thing, which I'm very sorry about. I just remembered. I just need to update my project command, because of course my project command is set up for Neocolor. And we're not doing Neocolor, we are doing BAT BOI. Or Cambium, as we're actually colouring him. Which are very, very cool. Paste. Confirm. Right, that's all done. My meal is a regular McDonald's order, is a chicken wrap combo upgrade drink to a large thick shake. Ah. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just basic. Again, I don't really get McDonald's a lot though, so if I'm going to get it, I'm just going to get what I normally get. To be perfectly honest, I forgot they even did wraps. And I probably should have looked at that because I chuck out half the bread from the burgers anyway. I do that with all the burgers. I take off half the bread. There's too much bread on the burgers. Don't even get me started on a Big Mac with the extra bun in the middle. Too much bread. I legit take off half the bun. Right, that's here. There's the two bottom buns. I only get a small too because I don't finish all the fries either. Haven't had it in months, mostly because it makes me sick. Yeah, I'm well aware that I'm eating this after just getting over some tummy troubles, and I'm probably going to pay for this with tummy troubles. But I know on so many fronts this is a stupid move. Am I still doing it? Yeah. Yeah. But it's Friday. Exactly. Exactly. It's like, it's Friday. I got all the things I want to colour. Legit, if we get this done, I've got so many other things that I want to colour. So I have, this one that I also want to work on too, which if I switch out, if I get bored of BAT BOI, we might go on with this. This is a Ellie Marks bookmark thing that I brought. I brought quite a few different bookmarks from them. So I've done obviously the background with this watercolour effect, and so I just want to do some pencil work over the little characters, the little animals. Okay. I have not had a cheeseburger in months. It's not as good as I remember. Mostly because I don't think they put enough mustard on it. Or pickles or onions. And there's still too much bread. Lisbeth! Hello, hello. Welcome in again. It's good to see you. We are back working on our Cambium. BAT BOI. Now, I cannot remember what reds I used exactly for him. However, his wings could be darker. And I think I will make his wings a little on the darker side. I'm still working on my Malphamini page, but I'm also working on a long-term buddy color in Mythomorphia by Kirby. Nice. Oh, excuse me. I was actually thinking that it's been a little bit since I've done a Kirby. And I was like, I'm kind of itching to do a Kirby, so I might look at doing a Kirby next month. Because I was trying to think of plans, because we were talking earlier about me actually making a plans video this month. And I was like trying to think of like what specific plans do I have, because I don't really have any set plans. And I'm trying not to have too many plans because, you know, I'm kind of just going off vibes at the moment for what I feel like coloring. So definitely not too many coloring plans. So I was talking about doing a bit of a random, and I can like focus on some untouched books and stuff like that, or if there is anything specific. So I was thinking during work of like what do I actually want to colour on next month, and I was like, I haven't actually worked in a Kirby in a good while, so it might be nice to do a Kirby. I don't know why I got ice cream. It's cold. And it's cold on my teeth, which hurts my teeth. I get so many levels of wrong. But also it's a strawberry sundae. Okay. So light's coming down from this way. I can re-establish that last time. I can tell by his abs. That's our light source. But yeah, I was sitting here and I was like, I kind of want to stream. And then I was gonna set it up to stream more of the kitty cats page, more of the Neocolor. And the way YouTube works is you've got, when you go to the live part of YouTube, you've got a stream manager area. You've got a back room basically, and you can either go to the like live now section, or you can go to a manage where you can pre-schedule a stream. And right now my preset scheduled streams are set up to remember the details for the Neocolor one. So it's already got the copy from the last Neocolor stream that I pre-planned in. So it's got down below like the details of Neocolor. It's set up to go on the Neocolor playlist. Like it's all set up for Neocolor. But of course I didn't pre-schedule this stream in any form. I just went live. So instead of going to the manage tab and scheduling the stream, I went to the just go live stream, which had the details from BAT BOI, because that was the last impromptu stream. And that's what reminded me that I had BAT BOI that we were working on. I was like, oh yeah, we started on BAT BOI. Oh, that feels like a good Friday night page. And so that's what spurred my decision to work on this one, which is actually called Lair of the Damned by Cris Ortega. It is not BAT BOI as I've been calling it. And I'm not even colouring it as if it was a BAT BOI. I'm colouring it as if it was a cambium, which is a half-fiend creature from D&D. So, you know, I'm just, everything's wrong. Oh, nose has started running. Thinking about getting on my mental health, having a whip month. I have 200 whips and 70 books from 265. Most of my books, I often have pages of whips. Hey, there's nothing wrong with piles of whips. My whip list has creeped up a little bit. It happens, and I'm not actually too worried. Part of me likes having a few whips. Like, it has been nice to go back to some whips and work on them this month, because I have worked a couple of my whips and it's been nice to have them there. My thing about the whips is I have a couple of very old whips and I kind of want to just knock them out of the park and just have them gone. I have a particularly sensitive tooth at the front at the moment, so I think there's a little hole forming in one of them because that ice cream is not helping. That's okay. Again, my teeth are really bad, and I am on the wait list to see the hospital dentist because I have to be knocked out for anything tooth-wise. Which means drugs. My whips are from 2018 to 2025. My goodness. Yeah, I think I don't know the exact date of my oldest one, but it is a pretty old one. It's whenever I first got alcohol markers. No, it's not, because I had alcohol markers before I was colouring. But yeah, it was when I first got my big cheap set of alcohol markers. Okay, okay. Let me just... Alright. Use it in there. Done! I have half cheeseburger and part of my Coke left. I went the wrong colour. I swear I'm a professional. So, we're just starting with some Van Dyke Brown, and then I've got some mauve, which I'm layering in, and this is like the shadow area of these wing parts. I don't know enough about birds and bats to know what these parts are called. It's like the structure or the spine of the wings. The vertebrae. I don't know. The bits that hold the bits in place. Cassie! Hello, hello. All good, perfection. Enjoy your lurk. Yes, do get your foods. You do need foods. We all need foods, and get foods before it gets too late, and then you're like grumpy because you've had no foods. And you're hungry. Watch me in about an hour regret all my decisions. I hope your gaming's going well, Cassie. It's good, we're building a base. Fun. Bat Boy is looking good. Thank you. Yeah, it was a bit of a... I was going to carry on with kitties, but then YouTube, when I was setting up the live stream, reminded me that we had started Bat Boy, and I was like, actually, that feels like a good Friday night colouring project, you know? Even though I say Bat Boy, it's really a cambium as we were taking our inspiration. But, you know, Bat Boy is appropriate. Because we know what Bat Boy refers to. Alright. Should actually do the other wing structure while I'm at it too. And then they'll be consistent in their shading as well, which is even better. Rebecca's Colouring Zone. Hello, hello. Welcome in again. I'm doing a bit of a bonus stream because it's Friday night and I was like, screw it, I feel like colouring. And I feel like vibing and hanging with people. So let's go live. Joys of having no social life. Yeah, we're gonna work on Bat Boy here. If I get too much or I get a bit over it, I've got some other bits and pieces to work on as well. I have like a huge list of whips and bits and pieces that I want to get done, so plenty to colour. Yeah, it is Friday night. Work is done for 2 glorious days. I never responded to a message. Gosh, I can't type. Okay. Oh, typo at the end, yeah. That'll do. Whenever I send a message, it probably always has a typo. When do I not typo in my messages? It's Friday morning there, 9:44 AM in the UK. Oh, it is currently 8:44 or 8:45 PM here on Friday night. It is one of the cool things about my about streaming on a Friday night is it kind of works out for UK folk as well. Like it's why I want to do it's why I do want to start including a night stream into my regular schedule, because I know it puts it at a different time zone, which makes it easier for some other people that don't usually manage to make it to stream. But I just can't guarantee that I'll always hit the spoons after work on a Friday, so it would be the most logical day for me of when to do it. So I'm hoping to, but we'll see how we go. But hey, in the meantime, bonus stream tonight. I hope you slept well, Rebecca. I hope your Friday is not looking too busy. But yeah, you will find that because this is a night stream, we're a little on the quieter side here, and that's quite alright. We may have friends that join us later on, but we usually are a little bit quieter because this isn't like a regular time, and you know, doesn't make it any less valid though. And also absolutely feel free to lurk if you're in lurky mode. Don't feel pressured to chat. I can chat to myself for hours. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I mean, certain doctors told me it wasn't a good thing. I don't know. I think it's quite entertaining. Oh, excuse me. I'm already starting to yawn. That's not good. That's not what we want. But yes, this page by Cris Ortega. Gorgeous. Not something I would typically colour, but very fun. I do love colouring portraiture. So, yeah. I love it. I love hearing your chit chat. It's company. I'm glad you do, because God knows I can ramble. Was I sent you a pic of what I got done on my nails? Ooh. Oh, I just noticed I got a message from Pencil Butter. Not Pencil. Oh, I did get a message from Pencil Butter, but I also got a message from Perfection too. That's not what I want. Cassie is Discord. I don't have Discord open, so don't leave it open. Just booting up Discord. I'm presuming you sent it via Discord. I see a message from Cassie. Oh, that's such a pretty colour. It's such a pretty colour. Also, great shape. Agree with the shape. Yeah, it's like... Oh. It's such a pretty colour. Like it. Like it, like it, like it. It's good length too. Yeah, no pressure at all. I just don't have Discord naturally open, but I can open it without crashing my stream. So it's no worries to open up Discord. It's just I don't leave it open. Discord is one of those apps that is like when I get very socially overwhelmed, I ignore it. Instagram's pretty much the one app that I'm pretty consistent on, and even then I'll still ignore it at times. So yeah, like that's why I just default to Instagram, because it is like the app that I am on the most. All the rest of them I just kind of don't. I don't even have TikTok on my phone because I'm like, nah, no more social media apps. I have Instagram and I have YouTube, which I only post for the live streams, and Twitch, which I have for the live streams, obviously, and then I have the Discord, and I barely use Discord, so, yeah. But yeah, it's nothing to, it's nothing for me to, like, pop it open. I just, yeah, again, I just don't leave it open, so, because I hate that little ding. I just don't like being notified of anything. I'll get to things when I'm ready to get to things, thank you very much. Yeah. If we're here, you're not technically talking to yourself. This is true, Lizbeth. This is true. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. How are you? Is it sunny? Need to... Oh, goodness, you got a few things to do. Are we lurking in the background? Oh, good. I am very good background noise. I'm very content to be background noise if that's what you need. I hope you get all the things done. Sounds like you've got quite a list this morning, so good on you. I delete my apps because I was brain rotting too often. I delete them now and then for a refresh. It's not a bad idea. I took off... Oh, excuse me. I took off TikTok because that was definitely one of those apps where I was brain rotting. And it's starting to happen a bit with YouTube Shorts. Especially now I have YouTube Premium. So, yeah, that's a bit of a, like, eek. So I need to figure out something else, because especially like sometimes there are like real times where it's like, yep, and then I'll click into YouTube to go and put on like an actual video, get distracted by a short, and then suddenly it's been an hour. It's like, excuse me, mosquito, who said you could come in here? So I kind of have a bit of a hack idea for the background, because the background has a lot of stone, and God knows I don't want to do all that stone. We've got it based out with some colours, but one of the things that I love about Inktense, among the many, many things that I love about Inktense, is it actually makes stone texture really easy. Just by merging a few colours together and then activating them in a slightly stipply way, you can really easily mimic like stone texture. So I'm actually just thinking we'll do that for the background. Just fill in the background really quickly, because honest to God, doing all that stone really doesn't appeal to me. So it's like, let's just fill it out real quickly and get it done once we've finished the fun part, which is of course BAT BOI. And dinner's starting to not agree with me. Told you I'd regret it. I'm not like fully regretting it. We're definitely a little burpy though. I think right now it's just a combination of the soft serve and the Coke Zero though. So I can't not get spicy water. Alright, so we're gonna keep our wings a bit on the darker red side here. So our lightest colour is actually going to be Madder, which is a very pinkish red. But I think it's going to play up with the shadow colours of our Cambion and just make our wing vertebrae parts, I don't know, they'll read as like skin tone but slightly darker. I'm going to just have to figure out what we're doing for the actual wing parts. And start on the pants and the hair and all the horns and all the little details, because there's quite a few little details in this one. But legit, once he's done, we've just got a couple skulls, couple candles, knock out that background. Maybe some metallics. Especially if I can't be bothered doing all his jewelry and his details and pencil. This one could be quite quick in a way, but it could take a while. It just depends on how like pedantic I want to get with certain areas and color choice I take, and yeah. This one has the potential to be knocked out quickly, and it has the potential to take a while. I'm sleepy. I wish I could be one of those people that like works all day and then comes home and streams all night. I am not. Oh, go away, little bug. Oh, excuse me. Gosh almighty. I have no reason to be yawning. I just drink a Coke Zero. Or rather, I'm drinking a Coke Zero. Okay, we might still need to do a little pass of bright red over the wings just to make them, like right now they are feeling different, like quite different, so we might need to get some bright red. Just add into a couple of highlight areas to really tie it together. I love Cris Ortega's work. She does such cool stuff. Oh, excuse me. Why am I immediately starting to yawn? I mean, I know why. I'm also getting like very relaxed and comfy because it's like, you know, it's Friday night. I know I don't have work for 2 days. Right, we want a bright red. Deep red will do the job. Oi. Gosh, I cannot stop yawning. Just know it's partially because I'm just like, again, cozy, warm, and like the work week's done, and now it's like, relax. And so I'm starting to relax. And in turn, because colouring is incredibly relaxing, now my brain's going, we're normally in bed by this time. Because I have actually been colouring in bed most nights the last few nights. Shadow looked very disappointed in me when he came in here before, and he's like, why aren't we in bed yet? Because he's been able to jump into bed with me at like 8 o'clock at night. So he came in here and he's like, why aren't we in bed yet? So he's gone off to be in front of the heater in the lounge. He's like, well, if you're not going into bed, I'm going to go and warm up in front of the heater. Yeah, last few nights it's been... like, some nights he's been curling under the blankets with me. Oops, it's a little off camera there. Hope you're all doing well out there. Don't forget to have a little bit of water, a little bit of a stretch. How is everyone? Hopefully very good. As I said, I'm doing pretty well. Work wasn't too bad. I normally have a lot to do on a Friday night, but there's been consistently an issue with one of my programs on a Friday night, and I think I've just come to have to accept that I can't do said program on a Friday night, and I need to figure out doing it on another night in the week. Even though Friday nights are kind of my quietest night, so it's the easiest night to do this thing. So that's presenting a little bit of a challenge at the moment. So luckily I did do a bunch of it during the week because there was actually some downtime. So I managed to get, I'm now only 3 weeks behind, but it's a little frustrating when I try to get back into it. And once again, the program, I can't just seem to do the program on a Friday night. I could contact IT about it, but it's just like, it's like 5:30 on a Friday. This program no longer becomes accessible. And I'm like, it kind of makes sense because it's not really something most people do at that time. I just happen to work odd hours, so I do mine at an odd time. So, yeah, like if they literally just delayed it 1 hour, it would be work. So I could contact IT, but I'm just like, I'll see if I can just shuffle the schedule around. Won't hurt to like not have anything to do on a Friday. It might be changing hours, possibly. I don't know. I've got to talk to my manager about it, but I'm feeling it's a little hard right now with it being post-surgery. Like I need to wait until I'm fully recovered from the surgery, but I have been able to handle sitting at the desk more and doing more typing. Some days are definitely still harder, some days are easier, but I did some calculations and I kind of realized that if I could manage to do 25 hours out a week at work, so 5 hours a day, if I could bump my hours out from 2 to 5 per day, I could actually get off the benefit. I would take a little bit of a pay cut, but it would mean I'm off the benefit, which is a big thing to get off government assistance. So I was like, So yeah, I'm thinking about talking to my boss and seeing if there's even enough work for me to try and do this, but if there is, trialing a few weeks where I do like 25 hours a week and just see how I go. And then if that works, awesome. If that doesn't work, cool, we tried. It's just one of those things you don't know till you try. So yeah, I don't know for certain if I can or not. We're going to see how I feel, but I mean, I have been sitting at the desk for longer and longer, but it's also like needing to use my brain. I don't know, we'll find out. Can only try. Right, what are we going to do inside these wings? Like, how do we want to proceed here? Alright, I know I'm gonna do the pants like a grey black. Maybe like a warm brown, grey black. So let's do those. And then maybe we just do browns and greys. Because I think when I was sort of blocking out the colours, I was keeping it very harmonious, so. You're paying art tax? We like art tax. Oh yeah, I see it. Oh, I love this spread. This is one of my favourite spreads. It's so cool. Perfection is currently working in Mythomorphia by Kirby Rosans. Look at this thing of beauty. So paint pens in the background and glitter pens. It's very cool. It's looking really good, Perfection. I figured out dinner I'm going to cook mash and meat. Can't go wrong with mash and meat. Thank you for sharing, Perfection. Shorter, kia ora. Amy, what are you colouring? Which Colouring Heaven book is it from? It is... Oh, I don't need caps lock on. It's from Colouring Heaven Fantasy Kingdom. Yeah, Fantasy Kingdom Special by Cris Ortega. So Cris Ortega obviously will also bring it up. But yes, Exclamation Project will also always bring up what I'm working on. Always feel free to ask. Never feel like you can't ask. But if you're there and you're like, oh, I don't want to bother, that's also there for you. Or if you need it written down. Because I know sometimes I can say something and you're like, huh? So yes, that's also there, so it's written down for you as well. So you can also just copy and paste it. But yes, I believe it takes images from her... she has 3 volumes of colouring books, and I believe volume 1 and 2 it takes images from. It's really, really neat. I really like this colouring book. Let me go into here and go into here and zoom you out just a touch so we can get a better full page view. And then bring the light around a little bit because we're also dealing with nighttime lighting. So yeah, it is issue, where are we? Issue 102. Yoink. Yeah, Fantasy Kingdom Special. Absolutely gorgeous. Like, obviously it would be better on better paper, but it's very workable on Colouring Heaven paper. Really neat if you like portraiture. I almost did Dragon Mistress. I really like Dragon Mistress as a page. I love this one and the other underwater one. Almost did Under Her Wings. Moon Warrior. I love this one too. So many cute pages. Very detailed, but this, like, the anatomy is just fantastic. So yeah, this is the one that I have coloured in here. The Forest Nymph page. It's all done entirely with Polychromos pencils, no basing. Had so much fun colouring your skin. Yeah, it's not a, like, coral and green is not a combo I often do, but really, really nice to do it here. So yeah, lots of really high detailed, gorgeous portraiture pages. Yeah, quite a few in, if you know Colouring Heaven. Yeah, it's from her 2 books. I can't remember what it's called. I think it says at the front here. The Colourless Kingdom. That's the name of it. Colourless Kingdom. So yeah. Bring you in a bit. I can bring you in a bit closer if need be. Then close that. And then we go back here. I love the blue backgrounds. Yeah, it's really good background that Perfection's done. Posca background, bubbles, a jelly roll glaze, and everything else with gel pen. 7 or 8 months so far. Hey, it's good to have those ones that you just slowly work on anyway. Mum shouted me pizza because I dropped her off and Dad at the club. Nice, Cassie. Free pizza is the best tasting pizza. It's a fact. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good, Shauna. Thank you for asking. I have finished work for the week because it is currently 9:14 p.m. here on Friday night in Aotearoa. So I'm doing fabulously right now. I did end up getting McDonald's for dinner. So I'm going to be paying a price for that very soon. But it was worth it. I haven't had McDonald's in so long, and honestly, although I still got half my cheeseburger here. So yeah, now it's the weekend. I've got no plans for the weekend. Know where I have to be, nothing I have to do. There's a couple of like things around the house and things for me. Like I'd like to wash my hair and stuff like that that I'd like to get done tomorrow, but genuinely no plans. No stress, just vibes. That's this weekend, just vibes. YouTube chat is colouring. Meanwhile, here on Twitch, me and Cassie are talking about food. Classic us. I mean, let's face it, when do we not talk about food in stream as well? It's a lovely colouring book. I have some Colouring Heaven magazine books, but I realised I didn't want loads, as then I wouldn't have room for other colouring books. That's super fair, Rebecca. I used to live in an apartment and there was a little mum and pop magazine store under me, and they used to get in Colouring Heaven, so I used to get it every time it came in. So I didn't have a subscription, but I did get it because I was supporting the little mum and pop store, and I really did enjoy it, and I found a ton of new illustrators, and this was before I knew more places that I could find colouring books, so it was like a really consistent way for me to get new colouring books. But then they closed down, and so I have nowhere locally that I can buy them. So I do occasionally buy them online still, the digital copies you print yourself. But yeah, I don't get the magazine anymore. That's fantastic, and now I'm hungry. Sorry, Shauna. Is it an Amy stream if we're not talking about food? No. No, it's not. I mean, we're talking about having a whole stream where I just try different snacks and candies. And I just basically go to the supermarket and buy a bunch of New Zealand, like, treats and bits and pieces and be like, here's a Kiwi food thing, you know. I was saying earlier that I need to set up the camera in the kitchen and just cook up a classic Kiwi roast and a pavlova and just do that, you know. And this is not just so I can then eat said roast and pavlova. No, like, it would also be sharing my culture, but also I get to cook a bunch of delicious foods, like, bonus! Millie Pants! Kia ora, kia ora. Good time zone to you all. Right. How do your boots work, mate? Have you just got knee, like, thigh highs on top of what looks like to be a leather pants? Which, I mean, mood, but also, I think that's the vibe I'm getting from you. It feels like these, because that's like lacing there as well. So it feels like this bit is an overlay on top of the pants, and then this part goes in front. Who get the buddy colour co-cooking stream? Hi Sammy, hi bye. It's, yeah. I was saying to Mum the other day that I could, in theory, because my Ethernet cord would stretch all the way down there. We do have, I would have to steal the power supply by the microwave and put in a multi-port there so that I could plug, like, my laptop and my screens in. And then the cameras would be pointed to the kitchen corner. So it's very doable, and it would just mean that Mum couldn't go in the kitchen because she doesn't want to be on camera. So that would be the big caveat, is Mum can't be on camera. Which is fine. I respect that she doesn't want to be on camera, and so it's like you just can't come in the kitchen. But then she also gets cooking, and she hates cooking, so anyone to cook for her, fine. So she's like, it's fine, I'll get food. So yeah. And we were talking about it. She was the one that actually suggested pavlova, and I was like, yeah, but pavlova takes like 12 to 16 hours to bake properly, because to cook a pavlova, you put it in the oven and then you turn the oven off. And you just leave it there and you let it slowly cool, and that's what stops it cracking and deflating. So it's not exactly an easy one to prep on stream. And it's like, unless I just go to the supermarket and get one I prepped earlier and just decorate it on stream, which is the fun part of pavlova. Gonna go start my coffee. It's almost 4:30 AM. Oh, please do get that good go-go juice. I'm on the tablet moving to bed, but glad to be here for a bit. I'm glad you're here for a bit too. Gonna say, it must be getting late over there for you too. It could be fun though to do a co-cooking stream. I'm just thinking about that. If you have two people cooking at the same time. The only thing I would need to do is I'd need to get like a portable mic. That would be the one thing holding me back right now that I can think of. Like, I can figure out the camera situation. I can figure out the power situation. I'm pretty sure the Ethernet cord, because it's a very long Ethernet cord that I've got with some extra room. So I'm pretty sure I could get that. I could get that down the hallway. Maybe. Could be a good something to do sometime. For the future. Better pay attention to food, yes. For a cheap side, a Bluetooth headset or one of the phone lapel mics will work. Yeah, I don't have a Bluetooth headset and my laptop's Bluetooth is not ideal. I have some issues trying to connect Bluetooth devices to it. Luckily, I don't have any Bluetooth devices, so it's fine. It's when I try and connect my phone, but it could also just be my phone's Bluetooth is jank because my phone is jank. So I'm going to presume it's my phone that is jank in it because I have no other Bluetooth devices to test it with. But yeah, just like a cheap wireless microphone headset kind of thing would probably do the job, to be honest. But it's something to consider for future. It's not like a definitely happening right now situation. Right now, we're colouring. Gosh, I haven't had McDonald's in so long. Still too much bread. The reason why I'm commenting too much bread is I did my usual thing with the cheeseburger where I pulled off the bottom bun, or like half the bun, so it's just one half of the bun with the meat patty and the cheese, and then pickles and onion and mustard, and I get extra pickles, onion and mustard. Except the combo was to get 2 cheeseburgers, so I took the bottoms of both of them and then put them together, so it made one sandwich, which is kind of like a double cheeseburger, but it also had double pickles, onions and mustard. Have a wonderful time zone, Rebecca. Thank you so much for being here. Get all the things done that you were hoping to get done. I hope you have a wonderful, productive day, and we'll catch you again another time. Art tax, art tax. We've got an art tax. We have an art tax. Oi. Okay. I'm gonna have to do a little switcheroo. Can I rotate you? Where's my transform? I want 90 degrees counterclockwise. Yeah! Guess the right way. There we go. This is from Lisbeth. This is what Lisbeth has been working on, which is from Rita Berman's Europa, my journey through Europa. I recognise it because I've also coloured this page and it's a super cute page. Love how it's progressing. Love the like purpley blue flowers, and I love the teal. So cool. Right. Nope. Nope, I want window capture. I hope I'm on the right thing. Where's my transform gone now? Cool. And we'll get rid of that. And then we can put that back. Then it's set back up. Thank you so much for sharing. I didn't colour at all today. That's okay. Some days are not colouring days. Some days are game days, or life days, or work days, or stare at the wall blankly days. Like, some days just aren't creative days, and that's okay. Yeah, it wasn't the vibe day. That's perfectly valid. Some days it's not. Some days it's like I'm there and I'm like create, and then other days it's like nah. And even within those create days, some days are like more intense than others as well. I got a ton of things drying around me because I got a bunch of colouring in bookmarks from Ali Marks is one of the illustrators, and so I was just playing around with water-based markers as watercolour, and I coloured in a bunch of them, but this one I just did it as a background. So this is beside me in case I want to colour that instead if I want to break from cambium. But there's a bunch that I just did with the watercolour, the water-based markers as watercolour, and then I added a bunch of glitter to them today before work, and they're all drying around me right now. Some days it's quick stuff like that. And once they're dry, they all get to go through my laminator. And honestly, if I get sick of colouring in the cambium, part of me is tempted to pull out like scrapbooking papers and stickers and actually just DIY bookmarks. Like, I'm kind of in that scrapbooky crafty mood, so I did think about doing that as well. Yay, bookmarks. Yeah, there's I purchased a couple of things from Etsy. Let me just bring it up. That's not what I want. I don't know where that. I want favourites. I want my history. Here we go. Purchases. It's like there has to be somewhere where I can show you all the cool things that I got. Because I did do a little bit of an Etsy run. So I ended up getting these. This is what started it because Cassie got these ones. And then it was like, oh yeah, I've always wanted to get the Raider Prince ones. So I did grab the Raider Prince bookmarks to colour in, which is a super cute set. So really liked that one. And then I also grabbed these because if you know me and my colouring, I can take these like little portraiture sets and turn them into bookmarks as well. So I grabbed that one by Raider Prince as well, which was super fun to colour in. I just realised if I did that and then I did that, I can make it a bit bigger so you can see the picture clearer. And then I did also grab just one of these like multi-pack ones because a few of these are also kind of bookmark size, so it's like, oh, they're kind of cool, but they also just look like really fun things to colour, so I just grabbed one of those too while I was at it. And then the other person that I went to was Ali Marks, who has two different sets. So this is the one that with the watercolor backgrounds. So these ones are just lots of like really neat designs. So it's a big pack of them, and she hand draws them. And you can actually look at the individual listings on Etsy, and she puts up little videos of her sketching these out, so you can see her actually drawing these, which is the big draw for me, is that they're hand drawn. And you'll see it a lot with these ones, which I love these ones. So this is like a collaboration of a bunch of her other ones. And you can see just how cool shaped details they are. So I did this Dragon Castle one. But are really neat bookmarks, these ones. So yeah, I did buy a couple of different bits on Etsy. They're so pretty, they really are. And it was just really good fun time because, again, I've been doing a bit of bead colouring, so it's just been good for like in bed with some gel pens or some water-based markers. Just do some colouring. So yeah, I've got a pile of bookmarks that have been made this month. Oof. And this is also why I decided to grab the Kmart laminator, because lamination. Yeah, these are the ones that I've just glitter glued, so they're drying because it's me. Of course they're going to be glittery. But yeah, it's just water-based markers and just playing around with them like watercolor. So once I trim them up, they're going to look really neat. That one's like dry, it's just got a cure. This one has one spot that's still drying, and then it's just got a cure as well. Same idea, just water-based markers and just playing around. Really fun, really quick. And then this one still has some areas that are drying too. But these are the dragons. Again, glitter, because it's me. So yeah, still got to cut around them and then laminate them, because I'll do that. So those are the 8, 19, 11 that are drying. And then we have the ones that I've already made and laminated. Again, I've made a lot of bookmarks this month, but have been like really good little projects. So this is the Raider Prince 4-page one. So we've got Under the Sea, which again is just water-based markers and then Mod Podge extreme glitter over the top, so it's also glittery. I think I put a little bit of metallic pen in there too on the fishies. There's a little bit of gold. Cassie, I did the red here as requested. So yeah, just water-based markers, a little bit of gold gel pen around the frames, glitter. I of course put glitter. They're just plain white in the back. I didn't even put anything on the back. Yeah, stack of books, again glitter. So yeah, I just cover them all in a layer of Mod Podge, which not only like hardens them a bit, but of course they're just ultra glittery, which I love. And then my favourite one, although I wish I had coloured in that little section. It's going to forever annoy me I didn't colour in that section. But I do love how this one looks. Very, very much. Super cute. And yeah, because this is one Raider Prince file, and you get 4 bookmarks from it. And I can colour these again, because again, I've got the PDF, so I can do different colours. So that's those 4. And then I have the Raider Prince portraiture pack, which I printed these out to be like 2 to A4 page, so they're about A5 each, and then coloured them in and then cut them out and turned these. And these actually work well as like little bookmarks too. And I've done this sort of thing before with Mariola Budek. So these ones I didn't cover entirely with glitter, but I did use a little bit of Stickles and glitter gel pens and bits and pieces. So these are water-based markers. I did use a little bit of pencil shading on these ones too, just Crayolas, just Crayola pencils. But I of course did every colour of the rainbow because that's fun, except for orange, because if I did orange I couldn't do pink, and I wanted a pink. So here we have Red, yellow, green, blue, purple, pink. And then I've got my rainbow girls, which I love. Super fun. So yeah, I got a lot more bookmarks that I can be colouring in. A lot more. So yeah, with this one, I've got that watercolor background. I just want to use a little bit of pencil to do a little bit of shading, because these ones have got quite small details, so I think a little bit of pencil shading. Oh, quite sweet. And then maybe glitter. It'll be ready for lamination. Random Fud, hello, hello. How are you, lovely? My gosh. Feels like it's been ages since I've chatted to you. How are you, my dear? Okay, so that's the top part of the pants. Been having lots of birthday celebrations? Heck yeah. Doing errands, but still not having done enough errands? Yep, know those vibes. Been having weird sleep patterns, effect from medication shortage. Oh no. We don't like that. Well, I'm glad you are here, even though you might be, you know, shot and needing to sleep. I don't know if you do, feel free. But went to pick up my meds this evening and I had my full proper doses in stock. Oh, heck yeah. That makes me very, very happy. Also, happy birthday, Mum. I had a big wander around town. Best thing to do as well. Apologies for 2 seconds. I'm just going to put you on the break screen for a minute. Actually, I can put you on this screen because I forget I have this screen. I have pickles stuck in my teeth. Just bear with me a moment. I absolutely hate the feel of things being stuck in my teeth. Right. We get you all out. think they got it all out. I really hate that feeling of things being stuck in my teeth. I have no teeth for things to get stuck in at the moment. That is my hope. I am on the wait list. I'm on the wait list. And I'm hoping they will agree with me. It seems weird to want dentures, but genuinely I think it is actually going to make a huge difference in my life with my teeth and the way my teeth are, which I know from the front look fine. I know looking at this they look fine. Yeah. No, I've kind of wanted dentures for a few years to stop what's going on with my teeth. But only since I know the hospital will knock me out, I have to be done via the hospital. I can't be done in regular clinics, which is part of the problem. So that's why I'm on the wait list for the hospital. I have to get more wisdoms out regardless. So they have to see me regardless, but I'm kind of like, can you just take everything? Can we just do dentures? And that's it as well. There's a lot of reasons for it. I'm not going to go too much into it just because the dentists are quite a big trigger for me. So I don't like the dentist and I have bad teeth and I want to get them all ripped out and I want to get dentures. And I know what that means. I know what I'm sacrificing and I'm aware that things like you only have about 25% of your biting capacity. You lose things like taste buds. You have to be on a soft food diet, which I'm already on a soft food diet. And I already cook for somebody who's on a soft food diet. So it's not actually going to make a huge difference to my diet. Like, I'm aware of these things. So I'm going into this very aware of what I'm asking for. I'm just hoping that they will concede for more reasons than I'm listing right now. The reasons that I want to go for dentures. So, yeah. And then I also have to pay for them too. Which... But that's Fit Jamie's problem. Right now, let's just get to the hospital appointment, which who knows when that's gonna be. But hey, one medical procedure at a time. We just had a hysterectomy. Let's do the one at a time, eh? Let's do the one bit at a time. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn the face cam off. It's my hope. Come on. You know what it is? It's youngin. It's the little fibrous strands of the youngin. Ah, oh, sweet relief. Right. All that effort for one tiny little piece. Because it was stuck in my teeth. There's probably still more in there. Really don't like the sensation of things being stuck in my teeth. Yeah, we've been going pretty well. I did get a very rude reminder the other day that I am only 3 weeks post-op, or it'll be 4 weeks on Monday. Because last Monday I went and did groceries with Mum, and then we went shopping, and we went shopping the next day, and by the time we got home after the second shopping trip, my belly was like, no. So I ended up curling up in bed, and I think it was an unfortunately timed IBS flare-up with it as well, because I also ended up having a bit of an upset bowel, which has only just started to settle, and then I went and got McDonald's for dinner, so, you know, we're doing really well here. It's fine. Yeah, but otherwise, no, I've been really good. I was booked in to stay at the hospital for up to 2 days, and I was out the next morning, essentially. Well, I was basically told the next morning I could go home. It just took until 1 PM for them to remove an IV from my line and get the paperwork sorted. But yeah, it was in and out very quick, and yeah, good healing. So I'm just waiting for the 6-week mark to get the all clear to get back to all the normal things. But yeah, for the most part, we're feeling very good. I am starting to be able to pick up Shadow as much as he demands, which is good. He's been wanting to sleep on my stomach non-stop. And that's becoming less of a problem. Yeah, exactly that, Bud. Exactly that. It was like, oh, I'm feeling better. Let's do all the things that I've been missing for 3 weeks. And then, oh, no. There's a clear reminder. I am 3 weeks. I had to actually ring up work. And my manager was like, are you okay? Do I need to ring an ambulance? I was like, no, it's not like that. Because I think she thought when I was first describing it that I'd fallen over. Because I was describing it as I've done too much. Like, no, it was on me. I did a silly and I've overexerted myself, and now I'm paying for it in stomach pains. I just need to not do anything for like 5 hours, aka have a nap in bed. She's like, no, that's fine, that makes sense. So she's very understanding about that. So yeah, I just went to bed and I woke up much later on feeling a lot better. But yeah, that definitely hurt. It was a very clear reminder of nope. We're doing good. And yeah, tonight it's bonus stream because I was like, you know what? I feel like colouring. Like, I finished work and I went out to have dinner with Mum because we did have dinner prepared, but both of us were like, we ended up feeding a lot of it to the cat, who even the cat didn't want it. And it's like chicken, and the cat always eats chicken. So when the cat doesn't eat it, you're like, yeah, okay, it's not just us. So I said to Mum, I'm probably actually just going to go down and get like a burger or something. But yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I was like, came back into the room afterwards, and then I kind of zoned out and watched a bunch of shorts because I had talked about earlier in stream going live again. But yeah, I zoned out, and then I was like, oh, hang on, it's 8 o'clock or so whenever I started. 8:30 or it's 7, it's almost 8 o'clock. I was like, oh, why am I zoning out so much? Oh, because you're still hungry. So that's why I was like, okay, race, go and get McDonald's, and then come back and start streaming. So yeah, but I'm glad, and it's been great to, you know, catch up with you again. I think last time we got to catch up was you were about to do Wellington Armageddon. Or one of the Armageddons. Whatever Armageddon was last. Actually, it must have been an Auckland Armageddon. I know Palmy's coming up, and then I know it's another Auckland one. I think it's Auckland, because it's a big Auckland one. That seems right. I don't know, it's hard to keep track of now. There's so many of them. I slept for like 2 weeks after that. So valid. So valid. That's so freaking exhausting. Yeah, I'm still, I've got a bunch of friends that are actually going to the Palmy one, so I was like, oh. In theory, I could get a bus down there, and the bus would arrive at like midday, and then I could go to it for a couple of hours, and then find like a hostel to sleep in, and then go to it again for a couple of hours the next day, and then the bus again leaves at midday to come back to New Plymouth, or 1 p.m. So in theory, I could go to Palmy, Armageddon, but also these, like, apart from going to see these people who are going to be working, so it's not even like we could hang properly. It's like, I couldn't actually properly see them, so it's like, yeah, nah, I think I'll leave. There, I'd rather go down to Wellington and actually catch up with everyone proper, which is something that we're looking at doing anyway, so if you get a random message from me, Fud, going, hey, I'm coming to Wellington at on these dates, then I can catch up with you proper. We had a bunch of stuff happen with our power sockets. Yeah, oh gosh, then we had to deal with that. Then our fridge started flying up, so I had to clear out and clean out, defrost it and stuff. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. Because there was a, power issue with your laptop too, wasn't there? And you were thinking that maybe the sockets had caused that one as well. Sounds like you need a new rental, but also I know how it is right now, so I know that's not exactly a thing. I hope they got it all sorted for you. So much black. I think how. Oh, yeah, that's not cool. I have a replacement now, but it's just the little baby ones. Have to be extra nice to it. At least you've got something. But yeah, that really sucks that happened. I know how much I freaked out when my laptop fried, which is part of the reason why it sits continuously on a cooling pad now, because I am so paranoid of that happening again. Yeah, I should, like, all technology is eventually going to fail, so in reality what I should be doing is putting aside like $5 a week or something into some sort of fund, so that when the laptop does eventually go in 4 to 5 years, you know, I've got a little bit saved up. But some weeks even $4 to $5 to put aside is a bit, so it's really how I should be doing it. Perfection, welcome back. It's way better than the 12-year-old Chromebook. Yeah, that's definitely not ideal. Welcome back, Perfection. I'm glad you got your food. Hope you're feeling better. I mean, it's kind of getting to that way with my phone. My phone is... I got it in 2017, 2018. So yeah, it's like 7 years old at this point, so... Like, I really just need to get it sorted. Get it replaced. It's on the to-do list. It's not a case of if, but when that phone dies. It's going to be at the worst time, knowing my luck. So I just need to actually get into it and just get it replaced. But I don't know, I just keep putting off doing it. So I put it off for as long as I can. Actually, I wonder if they have any... let's have a look at what their actual plan is at the moment. Because, hey, why don't we get distracted? Mobile phones. I could only have one kind of... I could only have one tab open, even that would crash. No! No. God, I don't want to pay $60 a month to pay for a phone. I also don't want to go, like, down in quality. First off, let's change it to Samsung. Because I am a Samsung girl. I am an Android. I suppose S24. What I do when I replace my phone is I usually go for the latest release model. I go for like one of the more expensive newly released models, but I hold on to that for as long as possible to get my money's worth. So like that would mean going for like the S25, which is going to be like an extra $45 a month that I have to scrape together for quite a while. Although I could put more of a deposit down and then it's less. But yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's about $45 a month extra that I have to scrape out of somewhere. But it's doable. But generally speaking, that's usually what I do, is I buy the latest model. So when I brought this is an S9. And when I brought this, S9s had just been released. So that's how old it is. And it's been fine for years and years and years. It's just getting to the point now where the power button has fallen out, so I have to use a toothpick to turn it off and on the side. If I need to, you know, turn my phone on and off, we have to put a toothpick down there, which wasn't a problem when I could just fingerprint, but the fingerprint is also going, so I also can't use my fingerprint to unlock now, which is presenting a problem with no power button. But also so many things, fingerprint is how you securely read things. So that's where my trouble is getting. I'm also having issues when I accept phone calls because sometimes the microphone doesn't work and people don't hear me on a phone call. Which if you've ever dealt with work and income and the effort of trying to get a phone call back from work and income and then they can't hear you. Yeah. So yeah, I've just got to figure out, do I do my usual of just getting the latest release phone and just holding onto it for, you know, 7+ years, or do I just get something cheaper? But then I also have to make sure it has a couple of features because of things that I use it for. Yeah, I will stick with Samsung. I don't have any Apple products. I used to have a iPod Classic, which is what we were talking about the other day. And that's the only Apple product I had, was my iPod Classic. And again, I used that thing for years. Years and years and years and years and years. Harry, hello. How are you going today? Oh, my nose is itchy. Right. So a little bit more warm grey, and then I think we'll get a bit more brown into here. Layering and layering, and then we probably need to actually take some white gel pen and add in some like really sharp white highlights to give that sort of shiny leather look if we want them to look like leather, which, I mean, come on, they kind of look like leather, right? That's kind of the vibes we're going for here. For our cambium. I had a 300-ish Samsung last me about 4 years. I think that got fried by a bad PowerPoint. Got another 300 that's going well. It's not flash or anything, but does enough. Does like an A15 or something. Yeah. Like, I don't necessarily have to have the latest one. I would like a certain camera quality because of photos. But I mean, my camera is so scratched up at this point. It doesn't even matter. I do have to have, it has to have like the fingerprint scanning and stuff like that, because I have to use my phone as a secondary source for logging in for work, and it's got like this certain security feature. So I do need like a certain level just to make logging into work easier. Yeah, but other than that, not too much stuff. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I really probably do need to get onto. It's just when I upgrade my phone, it's usually a case of I buy the latest model and then I hold on to it for donkey's years. Like the model I had before my S9, I can't even tell you what the model name was, but I know I'd had that phone for about 8 years by the time I went to replace it. So the fact that I've had this phone since 2017, 2018, I feel like I'm justified in upgrading this phone at this point. It's just figuring out what type of phone to upgrade it to. Ari is... What that's... All good, all good. Well, welcome in. It's good to have you here. Colouring Bumblebee. Hello, hello. Welcome back in. Good morning. Is he just a character or just a guy? I presume he's a character. It is not my original artwork. I am colouring in someone else's lines. This is line work by Cris Ortega. I'm colouring in a book by it's a magazine called Colouring Heaven. The issue is the Fantasy Kingdom special, and it's got designs by Cris Ortega. So it's her gorgeous, gorgeous line work. She does do a lot of like book cover illustrations and specific characters for things, so it's entirely possible this is a specific character. I am colouring our little bat friend here. We're colouring this creature as if it's a cambium, which is a half-fiend creature from D&D. So I am taking inspiration from cambiums. But yeah, we're just kind of colouring in him in, but I am also, I normally don't stream at this time. I normally stream during the day. For me, it's about 10 PM at night on a Friday night, which is why we're also getting fun light shine, because I don't have the natural light that I normally would have that would balance out this light shine a little bit. So do apologize, but it's the best that I can do with night lighting. Yeah, I mean, mine's just starting to get smashed. I'm just starting to lose that corner. So there is like a little crack up here. It did have like a phone case on it. The first thing I do whenever I buy a new phone is I buy a phone case and I buy a screen protector. So it had that on there. The only reason it doesn't have a case on it anymore is that the battery is overheating. Which is also another big issue about it, is that the battery is gone. I have to charge my phone 3 times a day. Again, my phone is like well beyond replacement time. It has no power button. The camera is scratched. The fingerprint scanning thing doesn't work. The screen is cracked. The battery don't last. And it overheats. Like, when I say my phone is due for replacement, my phone is due for replacement. I really do push them to the end of their capabilities though, because it's like they cost so much and I don't really want to spend. I kind of begrudge the fact that I will buy a phone and in 6 months time it'll be out of date. Like, I begrudge how quickly phones technology becomes obsolete. It's like, I should, if I'm going to spend $1,000 on a phone because a phone does cost $1,000. This thing should last me 20 years. Like, that is a lot of income. I have to work for 2 months, basically, to pay for a phone. Yeah. And that's the thing too, perfection, is that to repair my phone, it wouldn't be worth it. It's like, I did think about going and getting the power button just replaced when that fell out. Because like, I can live with most things. I could live with like the tiny little scratch on the camera and just clean that up. I could live with the little crack on the phone, but when I lost the power button, it's like, this is going to be a problem. And now that the fingerprint scan is going, it's really becoming a problem. Like, even the battery, I was like, I can live with the battery or I can replace the battery. But yeah, even the cost of trying to replace the battery, I was absolutely shocked at how much it would cost me to replace the battery. Because they don't expect you to replace the battery. They expect you to replace the phone. And I'm like, but it's still perfectly functional. Like, why? Why do I have to spend this much? Why can't you just make it to last? Yes, exactly, Ari. You have to have a phone. Like, I have to have a phone to work. I have to have a phone for my medical needs. I have to have a phone to keep on call for the government because I'm on a disability benefit. I have to have a phone to log in for everything on my computer because everything is two-factor authentication. And I have to have a phone that has the fingerprint scanner because everything requires more than just me logging in with my phone. It's like, oh, look, you've logged in with your phone. You've used a PIN. Yeah, we want your fingerprint as well. It's like, just trying to get into my emails here. But yeah, planned obsolescence frustrates me to no end. Yeah, it's just like a simple thing like a vacuum cleaner, or I have so many things downstairs that I am pretty confident would still work with just a little piece being replaced in it. Like, I have a dehumidifier that I'm pretty sure just needs one little bit replaced in it, and I can't do it. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to fix it. I don't have the tools to fix it, but I'm pretty sure it just needs like one little thing for the power to work. It's all that's happened. But because I can't fix it and it's not worth taking to anybody to fix, it's going to have to go to the dump. Now, at least here we have the hub, which is a recycling centre. And yes, you pay to dispose of electronics, but they will at least strip those electronics for as much recyclable to keep out of landfill. And it is a reduced fee for dumping because, you know, they can at least sometimes get things to sell out of it. But I still not great. Still don't like the fact that I'm going to have to pay $10 to dump a humidifier that I'm pretty confident would work if I could just figure out how to do it, or find someone who knew what they were doing. Like, I don't know enough to know what I'm doing there. I don't have the capabilities to do it. Yeah, and it's like washing machines, fridges, all that sort of stuff. My father was an electronics technician and he had to retrain later in life to get his electrician qualifications because there's no calls for repairs much more. Things aren't designed to be repaired or serviced anymore. They aren't designed for you to be able to access them. Yeah. And I was like, as I was saying all that, I was thinking, I remember your dad's shop and how much we need it. But yeah, again, things aren't designed to be repaired. They're designed to be thrown away. Yeah, and it's a shame, and it's a catch-22 as well, because I would love to be the type of person that goes, cool, I need a new pair of pants, buy one pair of pants and know that I've got that for 20 years. Because I'm not someone who like really changes what they wear. I don't need like hundreds of pieces of clothing. I live in blanket hoodies and pajamas. We've talked about this. I live in blanket hoodies because they're warm, they're cozy, they're comfy, and they help my bones not hurt. So 90% of the times my bottoms are pajama pants or black track pants. So I don't really need a lot of fancy clothes. So it's like if I could have one good quality pair of like black pants and then one good quality pair of jeans, and it's like, cool, I'm done. But that's not how clothes are designed to last anymore. And even if I could go to the, you know, handmade quality places that would make a quality pair of pants that are designed to last, I can't afford it because I'm on a benefit. So I need the cheapest option, which isn't made to last. And so it's that catch-22. But that's also why I'm like, you do the best with what you can. So I tend to buy secondhand, which isn't necessarily going to be the most long lasting, but at least it stretches the dollar a bit further. I got my D&D blanket hoodie for me to recover in. I'm wearing it right now. Nice. I want a D&D blanket hoodie. I might actually have to buy some more blanket hoodies, but that's purely because Shadow, my cat, has decided to attack all my blanket hoodies. He's already got one in the lounge that he's claimed as his blanket because he's drawn so many holes in it. But I put 2 out on the line to dry this afternoon, and one of them I realized has already got like a big patch right here where he's been clawing me a bit lately. I was like, Shadow. So, yeah. But they're still working. And the one that he's clawed is actually my orange one, which I'm not as fond of. So, it's not the blue unicorn one, it's not the black splatter one, it's the tropical sunset pastel ombre thingamabob. I don't care as much about that one. That's fine. I forgot it's winter down there. It's like, how can you wear that? It's the hottest it's been since they invented the scale. Southern Hemisphere. It's the coldest it's been down here since they invented the scale. Not quite, but it's been freaking cold down here lately. Like, some of the regions in Aotearoa have had, I talk about, you know, once in a lifetime rainfalls. And they had that twice in a month. Because they had so much rain and so much, like, miserable weather and flooding. And it's just been the cold. I swear it's snowing up on the mountain again right now. The Manga, I bet you tomorrow when I wake up, is just going to be covered in snow again. It's too freaking cold. Oh! Where did you get... Okay, I need to look up a D&D blanket hoodie. I'm sorry. Distractions, I know. But also that it has gelatinous cubes, and that's some of my favourite. What you probably can't see because of all the camera bars and stuff, but on the wall of plushies behind this, there's a gelatinous cube. Oh, it's from EB. Ah, these also went on Amazon apparently, which is the Hatchbury one. Okay. Oh, that's very cool. This one? This one? Yeah, I have a Pokemon jacket that I got from EB that I freaking love. That's the one? Okay, it is technically available. It's not my favorite of designs. It is cool though. I do, like, I love this. If it was just this, if it featured the cool monsters, it's that big pocket. That annoys me. If it didn't have that, if it was the same fabric, I would 100% go for it. But because of that pocket, I'm just like, I don't like it. And that's sad. Because it's... $109. Welcome to New Zealand. That's pretty reasonable for a product here in New Zealand. Yeah, blanket hoodies are expensive here. Yeah, I got my hoodies on special, but most of the hoodies are about $120 full price. You gotta love New Zealand prices. We pay $18 for a block of butter. I mean, that doesn't show you the state of the economy here and pricing. Good times. Hello from the UK. Wish it was cooler here. That's okay. You can send some of your heat our way, and we'll send you some of our cool. And then my bones won't hurt as much, which will be lovely. Welcome in, Debska. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Please correct me if I have not. Australian dollars isn't any better. Yeah. Yeah, keep in mind as well that it might be 109 New Zealand dollars. I think that's about $70 American. With the exchange rate. I can't remember what the exchange rate is right now. NZD to USD. 65. I was close. 65 US dollars. So, I don't know how that is in relation to things for you. But yeah, that's kind of on par for a blanket hoodie, to be perfectly honest. Go to the dollar store, buy 2 blankets for $20. It's been 4 years learning how to sew. I mean, I do technically know how to sew as well. Yeah. I have a, crochet lap blankie that I was working on because I was like, I want a new lap blanket. I got through like about halfway through the project and then I just lost steam. And I really need to get back to it because I've been really needing some more lap blankets lately. But when I decided to start the project, I was with my mum and I was like, do I buy the yarn for $40? Or do I just go and buy a pre-made blanket for $10? She's like, are you going to finish the project? I'm like, probably not. This is probably a really stupid decision and I'm really going to regret buying the yarn when I could buy a pre-made blanket for $10 and be done. But also I really just want an excuse to crochet. So sure enough, I got home and I got full steam into the project and I used over half the yarn. I got halfway through the project and I was like, cool, I'm done. And now it's been sitting there for weeks and weeks and weeks. Just bought the pre-made blanket. I was looking at them, saw the price and was like, nope, imagine how much coloring stuff you can get. Yep. It's a pretty sad fact, but it's very true. When I look at stuff, I'm like, that's 2 coloring books. That's a set of pencils. That's a set of gel pens. I was looking at the Australian dollar exchange rate to the British pound, and it's, yeah, so Australian dollars is about, it's like half, yeah. Great British pounds. Colouring Bumblebee is also in the UK. So yeah, if something is 10 Australian dollars, it's 5 British pounds. And if something is 10 Australian dollars, it's probably about $11 New Zealand. $10.50 to $11. It's fairly close. Like, I don't think there's much. In fact, it might even be less at the moment. Australian dollar. Let's make that 10. No, $10 Australian. Other way. Yeah, $10.92, so $11. So $10 Australian is $11 New Zealand. So we're fairly close. It's kind of add on 10% for New Zealand. The 10% New Zealand tax. But yeah, it's a common thing when people do come to Aotearoa to visit us. And they'll pop into the supermarket or they'll go to buy, like I've watched again, in my many shorts deep dives and well, not that I have TikTok, but you know, the TikTok deep dives and stuff like that, because they all just get uploaded to Instagram and YouTube as well, whatever. But you know, it will play you random stuff sometimes. And so I remember there was this one video that I watched, which was this couple that had come to New Zealand for one reason or another. And one of them had run out of a certain face cream or a certain product. And so they just went to Farmers, which is like a department store here, to go and pick up the product. And they were like, oh my god, it's $75. It's $10 in the States. Like, this is the equivalent of me spending $60, and I can buy this for $10 in the States. And it's like, yep, New Zealand tax. I can't even remember what face cream it was, but I remember thinking, well, that's actually kind of the normal price for it. You're kind of getting a good deal there. It's just, yeah, we live on an island in the bottom of the world, so there's a cost to things. But also we get to live in New Zealand, so, you know, small price to pay. A small island at the bottom of the world with a small population. Exactly. I feel like everything is so cheap in the US, though. I think it depends as to what you're looking at, too. I mean, it is relative. Like, every population, there will be something. But yeah, there's definitely some things that I feel like are definitely way cheaper in America. Even, oh, excuse me. Oh, sorry. Even like Britain and stuff like that. Part of that is just pure buying power. Yeah, well, if you think about something like, let's take Walmart, for example. I don't know exactly how many locations they are, but I think it's a fair guess to say that there are 5,000 Walmarts in America at the least, because that's 100 per state. And like, some states aren't necessarily going to have 100 Walmarts, but some states are going to have a hell of a lot than 100 Walmarts. Like, I think it's fair to say at least 5,000 Walmarts in the States. So you have 5,000 of these major stores that need major stocking of a product. And it's not like they're just ordering 10 of these products. They're going to order 100 of these products for a store. 100 times 5,000 stores, and then suddenly you're looking at 500,000 units. Whereas if you're looking at New Zealand, for example, and you were taking the warehouse, which would be the equivalent of our Walmart here. And the warehouse, I think we have like 200 around the country. Like he's one in my town, two, because Bablock is considered part of New Plymouth now. So there's 2 in my town, and there's 3 in my state or region of this particular store. So, you know, like, probably density-wise, kind of similar to Walmart. It's just smaller landmass, small population. So 200 is probably a fair guess for New Zealand. And again, if they were to order that same product, they might not need to order in 100 of each specific product, but let's say they order 100 in per product per store. Well, suddenly you're looking at 20,000 products instead of 500,000 products, and that's if they were to order that many of a product. They probably wouldn't order that many here because we don't have the turnover. They'd be more likely to only order 20 per store. So you're looking at 4,000 versus 500 versus 500,000 of the same product. And that buying power means that immediately they get to negotiate a better deal, because it's like, yeah, we're going to order 500,000 units versus this other company that's ordering 4,000. Like, you can afford to give a slight discount when you're moving that much more volume, you know? So yeah, it's just the pure numbers. So much more. Yeah. Close, Amy. 4,611 Walmarts. How close was I? That's pretty darn good of a guess. I feel pretty stoked with that guess. Like, guessing 5,000 Walmarts is pretty darn close. Now I want to know how many warehouses there are in New Zealand. How many warehouses in NZ? Not warehouses and storage units. I want the warehouse. It's an actual store, Google. 218 warehouses. How close was I for a guess? Damn. I'm pretty good at this. I don't know why I'm so proud of that. It does not matter in the slightest. Also, hello, Ari. Welcome over to the Twitch side. Yes, so I dual stream, as you've clicked. I stream on both Twitch and YouTube, so we have friends on both sides. The chat above me, there. Just combine both chats together. Some chats, I find that during the day, we have a lot more of our YouTube friends, and at night we have a lot more of our Twitch friends, but then that can change. It doesn't matter. I'm just happy that you're on the platform that you're comfy and prefer to use. It doesn't do anything more for me to stream to one or the other, so I just stream to both. That way, all our friends can join us from wherever they like and whatever platform they're comfy in. And that's the main thing. Very, very close estimations. I'm shocked at how close I got that. That was absolute fluke. Speaking of America, I have an American product to try. I did, I was talking about on stream earlier, I did get Iron Brew to try, and I ended up drinking that during work because I was very curious. I don't know what the hell flavor that is. I like it, but I cannot tell you what flavor Iron Brew is. It is orange. It is orange flavor, but not orange to fruit. Like, I don't know what flavor Iron Brew is. So if anyone can classify that for me, because I was very intrigued, but it was good. Is this... is this the dark side? Especially if you put it in dark mode. That's true. Twitch is lagging for you, or... yeah, it can be a little glitchy some days. Twitch does like to twitch sometimes. I'm not seeing any issues on my end from Twitch. But also this is why it's good to stream on both, because if one's being glitchy for you, you can go to the other. Energy flavored? That's accurate. It was definitely energy flavored. But the reason why I brought this up was I also have a Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream to try, which does sound a little horrendous to me, to be perfectly honest. But it's like, I'll try it. I love Iron Brew, but yes, it's very hard to describe that flavour to anyone that hasn't tasted it. It does in fact have some iron in it. Well, that's good, because I am known to be lacking in iron, so yay. But yeah, I was like, I couldn't even describe this. It's just, it's Iron Brew. It is good though, I do get why people like it. I couldn't find any information about the caffeine on it though, but I do know it had caffeine in it, because I knew that much about Iron Brew to know it had caffeine. If you're on an app, it's always a pain in the butt. This is true. The Twitch app, oh my gosh. Because I've been in bed colouring for a few days, and I've been watching people on the Twitch app. Oh, thing of nightmares. Especially if it's a channel that I can mod in as well. It's like, no. No. Get your basic app to work properly before you even try to put fancy mod tools into your app. Yes. Yes, I am aware it is popular in Scotland. It's just one of those things that I've always wanted to try, and then I just never got around to it, so I impulse bought it a couple of days ago, because I went to the supermarket for some bits, and I just ended up buying drinks, because I was apparently very thirsty, so I brought a ton of drinks. And then they had some random, they had Iron Brew, they had the Dr. Pepper Strawberries and Cream, and then a few other bits and pieces that I got as well. Some sparkly waters and stuff like that. Apparently I was thirsty because I just brought a ton of drinks. It's like, okay. I have tried the Vimto. The like the grape. The grape one. It's good. And then there's also the Welch's, I think it is. Grape one. Okay. We're getting there with the black. I'm kind of off screen and I do apologize for that. Yeah, you like Welch's too? Yeah. I don't think we have Dr. Pepper here. I've never seen it. Yeah, we don't have Dr. Pepper easily available here, but you can occasionally find it at places that do like imports. It's very uncommon to find here. It's just more like a novelty import thing. So that's why the fact that I found the Strawberries and Cream Dr. Pepper, I was like, oh, hang on, this is not only a Dr. Pepper, but it's a flavor variant of Dr. Pepper. I will try that. Yeah. Is it like Coke? Not really. How would you... It's meant to be fruity. Like, it has like a little bit of a fruity flavor. It's like if you kind of took Coke but added a fruit essence to it. But also maybe like a little bit of like a spice, but not like... Almost like a cinnamon or an aniseed, but not quite. Yeah, kind of like a herb. It's like a little fruity, a little herby Coca-Cola. It's so hard to describe. It's like Iron Brew. It's like you can't describe this flavor except to say it's Dr. Pepper. Yeah, I think Dr. Pepper is kind of like... Yeah, it's kind of got a little bit of a cherry. Again, that sort of fruity flavor, but it's not specifically a fruit. Yeah. It's so hard to describe. It's Dr. Pepper. I only tried it a couple times, so don't really know. Yeah, it's not, again, something I frequently get. I have had it a few times. I don't mind it. I do prefer Coke. I prefer good old Coke Zero. I like crispy Coke Zero. Love my Coke Zero, and that's my drink of choice. But I saw it, and again, it's a novelty thing. I like trying new things. I like trying, especially like imports or things from overseas, like overseas snacks and treats and candy and foods and those things that I can't easily access. So yeah, like I like when I find these things that are different to the norm, like Dr. Pepper in a flavor, or you know, Iron Brew, and it's fun to try these things because they're not the norm for me, but they're not things I would buy in the regular. But great to try every once in a while, just to be like, oh yeah, I've tried it. It's alright. Can we talk about how flavored Coke just tastes like Coke and flavor? It's never like a new experience. It's Coke and a bonus flavor. Yeah. I'm not a big fan of the flavored Cokes, but that's because one of my things that I will often do with a Coke is I will slice up a lemon into it. So I will make lemon Coke, but it's fresh lemon, and I'll have the lemon floating in the Coke. It just makes a crispy Coke even more refreshing. I love a Coke Zero, ice cold, with sliced lemon in it. But yeah, I mean, that's the same with all flavored drinks, really. It's the same drink, it's just different flavors of the same boat, right? Something I used to love as a kid is lit. Oh, is that lift or lilt? Is that different? We have lift here, but lift is very different. So I'm thinking it is meant to be, oh yeah, lit drink. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a drink. We do not have this. And I have never seen it or the plan to remake. But interesting. I'm allergic to pineapple, so I would have to check it's, you know, artificial pineapple and not real pineapple. But yeah. No, I got confused because we have both lift and LMP. So we have lift as a drink. No, I don't want lift as an elevator, because lifts are also called elevators. So we have this drink here, which is called lift, not to be confused with lit or lipped or however that's pronounced. Yeah, so we have lift, which is like it's called sparkling lemon flavor. So it's not lemonade as in Sprite. If you think of classic lemonade, where they take the lemon and the sugar and the water, and it's like a sour but sweet drink. This is a sour but sweet soda. Yeah, you can see why I immediately went to it, right? Colouring Bumblebee, like my brain immediately went, wait, this is the same thing. And it's also produced by the Coca-Cola company here, so who also make Fanta. But yeah, it's like a bubbly lemon squash. It's a really good way. There's a really good way to describe it for fiction. It's a bubbly lemon squash. So it's like sour lemon, but not sour like pucker your lips sour. It's not like, you know how Sprite is called lemonade, but it's not lemonade-y. It's very sweet. It is really refreshing. But yeah, for comparison, this is lift. Loat, sorry. So you can see like where some of that lift, like it kind of, you can see some of the similarities, like especially here. Like, yeah, it's green compared to our yellow and green, but it's more green and blue. But, you know, you can see the vibes. You can see the vibes looking similar to not elevator lift. Yeah, so never seen it before, but it looks similar. Yeah, you can see the vibes. Sounds like Fanta Lemon, which is such a classic European holiday drink for me. Ah, see, I haven't seen Fanta Lemon before. Fanta Exotic. Oh, haven't seen that. So the other drinks that we have here, since we're fully on the distraction right now, we have another drink, which is a very Kiwi drink, called LMP. This one here, it looks like a beer can. It's lemon and Paeroa. It is like having, it's like having a lemonade in the sense of Sprite lemonade, but more lemony, but less sweet. And then the Paeroa is, I don't even know how to describe Paeroa. It's actually a place. So you can go and see a massive bottle of LMP in Paeroa. But yeah, it's like it's a very classic lemon drink in New Zealand. So if you're ever in New Zealand, you have to have LMP. And this is very classic Kiwi soda. And then Again, also made by Coca-Cola Company here. Fanta NZ. Let's see if we can pull up our Fanta flavors, because we're going to get weird import flavors. Right, supermarket. It's time for a supermarket stream. Common thing that happens in our streams as we go to the supermarket. Right, so welcome to New Zealand supermarkets. We're in the soft drink aisle. We will bring that back over. So yeah, we have our classic Cokes and Coke Zeros and Cokes and Coke Zeros, and then you have your Sprite. This is budget lemonade. That's 99. We also have sparkling duet. This is Schweppes. This also came in orange and lemon, which is just Sprite basically, and raspberry, which is just like Fanta raspberry, and orange and lemon is just like orange Fanta and Sprite mixed together. But this was a classic Kiwi drink. I grew up a lot on sparkling duet. That was kind of what my family used to always get, was sparkling duet. Alright, Sprite, Pepsi, because of course we've got the Pepsi range too. Sparkling duet. These are the in-store brand, no brand products. Bundaberg. This is Australian, but it's also very good. Coke Zero with vanilla. Where's our Fantas? Wow. Oh, hang on. We've got a lot of rows. Okay, cool. Maybe I might have to refine this a bit more. So many Bundabergs. So Bundaberg is, I've been looking for root beer because this is something I've been asked to try. But Bundaberg makes a sarsaparilla. That's the closest that I can find. So there's our orange. This is something that I didn't grow up with, was apple and blackcurrant flavored soda. But that's pretty good. Yeah, so Fanta orange. I don't think we really get any other Fanta flavors, to be honest. There's your lift. Fanta orange sugar free. Yeah, sometimes there'll be like a Fanta raspberry or a Fanta lemon, but they're more like Christmas time. They'll bring out special flavors. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other Fanta. We're getting into the weird bottle mixes now. Like these ones, like I don't know anyone that buys this stuff here. Now we're getting into like the weird fancy stuff in the big bottles. Like $9 for 4 cans. I know very few people that will buy pink grapefruit soda from Fever Tree. This is like the fancy stuff. Like most of the time if you're talking about soda, you're buying like the crap. Look, see? Dr. Pepper single can. Yeah. Do you have the American radioactive Fanta or the European drinkable Fanta? I think we have the European drinkable Fanta, because we do have some. Yeah, so this picture looks like the radioactive one, but this is more accurate to what we actually get, like that more yellowy orange. I don't know why they have 2 different photos with 2 very clearly different products. Yeah. European, American. European, American. European, American. And then we have the made in New Zealand version. Yeah. It used to be like this when I grew up. It used to be this neon orange toxic waste. And now it looks like this. And every time I see it in the aisles, I'm sad because I think of Fanta as this. But yeah, they've changed it now to this because of regulations. But yeah, a lot of our products here in New Zealand, talked about this before with Doritos too. So for example, Doritos, you can buy them here in New Zealand, but they're manufactured by Bluebird, which is a local chip company. And they are not the same as Doritos around the world because they sell the rights to the Doritos name and brand product to a local company who manufactures them in accordance with local food regulations. And so if you get Doritos here, the New Zealand ones don't taste the same as the American ones. And I can tell you that because I have had American Doritos and New Zealand Doritos side by side and tasted them to see the differences. It was really fun, but there's some very clear differences between them. Favorite time of day, grocery shopping with Amy. I love Fanta Blueberry, but it's so hard to find. I have never even had Fanta Blueberry. Ooh, I can't even imagine what root beer tastes like because it's got beer in the name. I just think, ooh. Yeah, so I've been told that it's a slightly creamy, slightly spicy drink. It sounds intriguing, to say the very least. It sounds like the sort of thing that I will try once for stream and then go, cool, I've tried it. No, thank you. It honestly doesn't sound like my cup of tea, but I do want to try it because it's so many people have said you need to try it. It's like, okay, if I can find it, I'll try it. But the problem is finding it, which is often the case. And there are stores that you can go to that do like imports from, that are just specialty import stores, and they'll import in like UK candies and American candies, and you can buy them, but my god, are they expensive. But it is a great way if you've got, you know, a little bit of cash and you want to try some stuff. It can be really fun. To me, root beer tastes to what heat rub smells like. That's a really good way to word it. Perfection. Oh. Yeah, I get the feeling that it sounds intriguing. I don't think it'll be my cup of tea because I like my bubbly drinks to be on the refreshing side. So I was talking with Mum about Coke versus Coke Zero, and I can tell a very distinct difference between the two. And I actually still prefer Diet Coke. Like, I drink Coke Zero because it's a little bit less phenylalanine, which is better for me because phenylalanine does give me a bit of a headache. It still has phenylalanine in Coke Zero, don't get me wrong, but it's a little less because I use sucralose as well. But I prefer Diet Coke, and that's because I actually prefer the fact that Diet Coke tastes slightly watered down. Original Coke is too sweet for me. And if I drink original Coke, I usually have to have it with a lot of ice to kind of water it down a little bit. Even my Coke Zeros I have with a lot of ice, and then the ice melts and slightly waters it down. And so the idea of a slightly creamier drink, like I like my bubbly drinks to be refreshing and on the watery side, if that makes sense. Like, not necessarily water, though I do drink a lot of sparkling water, but I like that more watery element. So something that's more on the creamy, I don't think it's going to sit right with me. It's the same thing if you've ever tried Milkus, which is a Japanese drink. And it's a fizzy, milky water. It's the only way I can describe it. It's not overly fizzy. It's a little fizzy. It's a little milky. It's a little watery. It's hard to describe. It's still kind of good. Like, it's its own thing. It's good. But it's just not my vibe. Like, I wouldn't actively go for Milkus. But it's interesting to try. And that's what I like. Is I like trying these things and going, okay, that was cool to try. Like, if, you know, those snack box subscriptions and stuff like that, if they weren't so ridiculously expensive, I would be so all over snack box subscriptions and, like, getting to try things from around the world, because it's so fun to try these things. And I would love to be able to be in a place where I could afford to message cool people and go, hey, you want to try a bunch of Kiwi stuff, and just send boxes out. Like, Jess, it would be very fun to, you know, send a box over to you to UK and be like, here's a bunch of Kiwi snacks. And same things like, I know, for example, the lovely Candace has received some gift boxes from around the world that have some bits and pieces in it. And, you know, it'd be so fun to do those sort of things. I'm just, unfortunately, with the cost of shipping, not in a position to be able to afford to do that. But maybe one day. You're back with ice cream? Yum, good choice. I'm not fond of root beer. I tried it once, not into it. It's not common to find root beer here, so it's not something you grew up with. Yeah, I think that's probably what's going to be the case for me too, Pud, when I do eventually find it. I'll find it eventually. I'm pretty sure like some of the import places will have it as well. There's still a couple more places to check before I go, yeah, can't find it. Quenching. Yeah, that's a really good way to describe it, Ari. I like quenching drinks. It's a really good way to describe it. Speaking of Japanese drinks, Ramen is so overly sweet. It is. Though it is fun with the marble. The marble is a very good novelty. But yes, they are very sweet. A snack exchange would be so fun. Yes. The most niche soda I've ever tried is a Moxie. As far as I know, it's pretty much just a New England thing. Ah, I've never even heard of that. But that sounds interesting. Yeah, I would say like L&P obviously is a very Kiwi soda. Like we also have a couple of Kiwi brands that make soda, but a lot of the flavors, you know, it's not very unique flavors. It's your raspberry, it's your orange, it's your lemonade. Whereas L&P is kind of like a unique flavor. So if I was to send anyone like New Zealand sodas, I would send L&P, for example. Unless you live somewhere where you can easily access a yeast spread, I would also have to send Marmite. But of course, the main thing I have to send is Whittaker's chocolate. Because I would get hurt by many Kiwis if I do not send Whittaker's chocolate. And then there's a few other staples like chocolate fish, pineapple lumps, a few various potato chip flavors, stuff like that. I have friends in school who live in the Caribbean. It was surprising how the same sweets we had tasted completely different from America. Especially sour Skittles, so much more sour. Yeah. And that's again to go with the local manufacturing. Because often a product, the brand name and license is sold to a local manufacturer to make it for that region, adhering to region food laws. Obviously they want it to be similar, but sometimes they have to be different, and that's why Doritos taste vastly different here in New Zealand than in the States. Hey, Vegemite Marmite so much. I love Vegemite. I have to though. I have to send it. I did for a while. I had a bunch of like the little sample packets. When I went into hospital one time and I spent 6 weeks in hospital, I knew I was going to be sending out a couple of packages once I got out of hospital. So when I was in hospital, you know, you'd order breakfast and I would order like jam and Marmite for 2 pieces of toast, and I'd write to send up multiples, and I put because I like to spread it on thick. Really, it was that I was using the jam for my spread and then pocketing the Marmites and then putting them away so that I had the little 7ml bottles that were way easier to ship than a jar of Marmite. Coke tastes different all around the world. They tailor it for local palates. Exactly. I like Thai Coke, not too sweet. Yeah, it's very different. Yeah. Somewhere between root beer, licorice, and cough syrup. Oh, okay. So very aniseedy. That sounds interesting. I love sour. I want a Kiwi to send me a Kiwi bird. No, we cannot send Kiwi birds. We barely have Kiwi birds. We do have Kiwi birds. They're very protected. We can send fluffy toy Kiwis. We cannot send actual Kiwis. And at Easter time, we can send chocolate Kiwis because we do have chocolate Kiwis. But no actual Kiwi. Speaking of, we're going to take a little stretch break and I'm going to grab the drink that started this conversation. I wonder if I've got any more ice in my freezer. Woo. Sweet. Ooh, I need to refill my ice trays. And we're just gonna borrow a McDonald's cup, because why not? Why did my brain go, why do you want to be sent to human? Because when I say, oh, you want a kiwi, you can mean kiwi person, kiwi bird, or kiwi fruit. Because we just call them all kiwis. Right, we're going to make sure we give this the best possible fair test, which means we make an icy drink. Because again, I like my drinks icy, even though it's freezing cold. Okay. Ooh. Ooh, chuck this back up the way. Chuck it in the fridge, and then when I go to refill my water, I'll see it, and then remember that I need to also refill the ashtrays. Right, so this is what is starting this conversation. Was that I found Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream. I've never ever seen this flavour, but this has been imported. Because you can tell by the fact that this has been stickered over, because they have to change what's in here to meet New Zealand regulations. So this has to be worded differently. Because the American nutrition facts don't meet our food labelling laws, and neither do the ingredients, because we have to declare numbers and colours and stuff like that. So they have to re-sticker products when they import them to meet our requirements. High fructose corn syrup, caffeine, all the terrible chemicals. So yeah, I have no idea, because it's strawberry and cream flavoured. Like, I have no idea if it's going to be any good. Yeah. US folks usually think of the fruit first. Yeah. We call the fruit kiwi fruit here, but that's the USA often just call it kiwi. That's true. We do call it kiwi fruit. We do, like I will say, I'm allergic to kiwi fruit. So, yeah. It looks similar to what Australia does. Yeah, I think a few countries have to do that. Oh, wow. That smells like medicine. That is very much... These are strawberry, like, you get it in a bottle like this. I think it's paracetamol. These are strawberry syrup that you get that is like medication. What would I send from the UK? Definitely Cadbury dairy milk. So we do get Cadbury dairy milk, but our Cadbury is manufactured in Australia, so it is slightly different. But we do get Cadbury dairy milk. We do technically get digestives, again locally made, but also very good biscuit. Jaffa cakes are delicious. Again, I used to live on top of a magazine store that also stocked primarily UK food. So I have tried a lot of UK snacks, and Jaffa cakes are so good. And Monster Munch. Oh my god, pickled onion Monster Munch. I miss that so badly, because I used to buy it all the time for the shop under me. Because we don't have any chips that are pickled onion like the pickled onion Monster Munch. And it is so good. Okay. It's the cream part that worries me. I don't mind the idea of a strawberry soda. I like strawberry. I really like strawberry flavouring. The fact that it's and cream, this is where I'm a bit like... I too have eaten many packets of Jaffa cakes recently. They're so good. So good. If you ever do find Monster Munch, if you like salt and vinegar, the pickled onion is like, it's like Muncho's texture, because it's like puffed corn. So it's Muncho's texture, but if you know, these are really fancy kettle chips with the caramelized onion and balsamic vinegar flavor. It's kind of similar to that in terms of the fact it's got a bit more sweetness to it with that sour note. But of course it's more onion flavored, but it's like a really good salt and vinegar, but it's not salt and vinegar. Okay. 1 second. And Monster Munch are huge monster satans. They are. They're like cheese rings, but they're kind of shaped like a hand. Yeah. I love salt and vinegar. Hurts my mouth in a good way. Yeah, salt and vinegar is my go-to chip. My nibbling came round seeming recently was very upset with me because I had eaten all the salt and vinegar chips because I had raided Nana's cupboard and stolen the last packet of salt and vinegar chips, and they were very upset that there was no salt and vinegar chips and I'd stolen them all. I was like, well, you had been here for 6 weeks and I wanted chips. And now I want some Monster Munch review time. Yeah, so the cream is not prevalent, which I'm really grateful about. It doesn't taste like they poured milk into the drink, which was my big worry. What it tastes like to me is, if you know the Dr. Pepper flavor, so if they took Dr. Pepper and they took a strawberry Chubba Chub lollipop, strawberry and cream Chubba Chub lollipop, where it's got that strawberry and cream flavoring, but the strawberry is also quite a juicy, tangy strawberry flavor, still very chemically artificial strawberry, but the artificial chemical juicy strawberry flavor with a little bit of a back note of a creaminess. It's like they took that and dunked that into here. So it very much tastes like a strawberry and cream Chubba Chubs lollipop mixed with a Dr. Pepper. I mean, it's not bad. I will never buy it again. It is far too sweet for my liking. And I would much rather just have a Dr. Pepper. And I would much, much, much rather, on top of that, just have a regular Coke Zero. But it's fun to try. Now I want some Monster Munch. I really get them. Yeah. Again, because I used to live on top of this store, I could get them. We used to get in a lot of different things. That was the only place that I ever found curry sauce powder. And that was when I learned that the UK, you can buy curry sauce to put on chips. And how much I actually kind of did curry sauce. There are a few other random things that I got from there. A lot as well. Yeah. I did a thing before I got my teeth out where I went to the import shops and tried a whole bunch of snacks from all over. I discovered to my dismay that I really like Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I could never eat it for breakfast, but I was using it as an afternoon snack like tiny biscuits. Honestly, mood. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is such a good snack. I cannot believe it as a breakfast cereal. Like, it is it's a dessert snack. It's also like really good if you have like the dust left over and you have it on vanilla ice cream, because it makes sort of like a churro ice cream, like a cinnamony ice cream. It's really good. Which, if you can't eat it as it is, could be an option. You could ground some up and pour it on ice cream. It tastes like this thing you've never tasted with an indescribable flavor mixed with this thing that you've never heard of. Sorry, Ari, I don't know how else to describe it except for in local flavor terms. What else has that strawberry, artificial strawberry flavor, but the specifically like juicy artificial strawberry flavor? Chemicals, but good. Yeah, chemicals, but good. Oh, goodness. I mean, I'm still drinking it. Like, I'm not gonna let it go to waste. It's not hideous. I wouldn't gravitate towards it again, but it's been fun to try. Yeah, it's very much candy strawberry flavor. Again, it's not any shape real. This is very artificial strawberry flavor. And then in a little bit of, if you took Coca-Cola, maybe if you took Cherry Coke. Cherry Coke's kind of the best, closest description to it, but there's a herby note to it. Like if you took maybe a little bit of like a chai spice or something, but very, very subtle. If you made a cherry chai spiced cola, very subtle spice though. And then you took a strawberry candy and mixed that into it, which is a lot of flavors, which is also where my mouth is kind of like, this is a lot. Which I think is probably why I wouldn't gravitate towards it again, because it's like, there's a lot going on here. It's like eating a fake strawberry, yeah. Real strawberry don't taste like this. I can sort of imagine it actually. There we go, yeah. Okay, so that's kind of hopefully a verbal way of describing it. But yeah, basically it's a lot of flavours. Catherine, hello, hello. Welcome in. Kia ora. Again, it's not bad. Like, it's not... I'm drinking it. I'll keep drinking it. Just... It's a lot, and I won't gravitate towards it again. But it's fun to try. I like trying things, so... Now I'm sad because I have no other new... Well, I do actually have another new thing to try, but I don't know how like, global this one is. Fud may... Fud may know this product because it's definitely a Kiwi. I remember this from the 90s. But do you remember the Chi... Or Chi... You know, the herbal sparkling drink? They've got like some sort of goji berry one as well. It's not particularly new. It's been out for a while, but again, I saw it on the shelves. And I was very clearly shopping while thirsty because, again, I brought so many drinks. And I saw that and I was like, oh, that looks good. So I picked that up as well. So I've got a bottle of that in the fridge to try at some point too. And my God, if you try to get me to describe what chi tastes like, if that's not available anywhere else, that's going to be... do we still have Woolworths open? Oh look, fruit twist. You can, and you can buy the pineapple and grapefruit Fanta on Mighty Ape. I don't know if I want to spend $50 on 24 cans of the soda. It is made with fruit juice. Okay, that's going to be a problem because I am allergic to... I am allergic to pineapple. But they do have Fanta Fruit Twist. They have AW. Oh my God, there's so many variations. Okay, sorry. Isn't that the Miracle Berry? Yeah. They say it is. I don't even know if it uses real goji berry. We'll get to that in a minute. Okay, so we have this thing called Mighty Ape. I used to shop on here a lot all the time. It's not something I go to anymore because they're very overpriced and their shipping has gotten terrible. But they have the Fanta Fruit Twists. It's $26 for 24 cans, which isn't bad. Though I don't know if I want 24 cans or something, and I'd have to sign up to Primate to get that price. It's probably a lot more expensive, as you can see with these ones. This is how I used to try a lot of weird things, because they would get in these products in a big pack and then nobody would buy them, and I'd reduce them on clearance to get rid of them, and then I'd swoop in and buy them. But I just noticed they have cream soda. They have this sparkling cloudy apple, which looks really, really good actually. But Dr. Pepper Blackberry, I didn't even know that was a thing. Vanilla Float, which probably is just a knockoff like root beer or something. Have you considered not being allergic? Yeah, it might be easier. But yeah, they've got the grapefruit and pineapple one, which is interesting. But again, I'm not spending $50 to, you know, 55 or $35 for 12 cans. But it's cool to know. I never... So I could keep an eye out, see if they go on clearance or something. Blackberry is good? Yeah. My very, very favorite Fanta is lychee. Ooh. Yeah, see, they were saying about blueberry Fanta before, and I've never seen blueberry Fanta or passion fruit or peach. I've just seen, like, raspberry, orange, pineapple. Like, I don't even know it came in all these. Oh, grape. I've definitely seen grape Fanta. But yeah, I haven't seen any of these ones. But what I was going to do before I got completely distracted again, which will happen a lot on stream. Yeah. We get very distracted. Right. Now, I don't know if this is a drink anywhere else. Back to the supermarket. Chi sparkling water, goji blend. But I may need your confirmation here if this is... Like, obviously, this is made in New Zealand. I don't know if you grew up with chi or ch. It's called this because it's a sound that makes when you open the bottle. It's ch. But yeah, I've never tried this one. So I was like, alright, I'll grab this. So yeah, they also have this in the cupboard. But I don't know if this is anywhere else because it is made in New Zealand. It is it's a very, very herby sparkling water, but it's good. It's interesting, but it's good. So you can see all the weird ingredients here. Zoe, hello. I was doing an online grocery shop for my mum. You've just missed me basically being distracted online grocery shopping as we talk about food. I have done this part of the wings and then the pads in the space of nearly 3 hours. In that time, we have also, basically that. And then we've been talking a lot of food. I got this to try. So I've been drinking this. And this is also why we're talking different drinks and stuff like that. Every now and then I get the ultrasound. Yeah, so it's a very classic Kiwi drink. Like the goji version is a newer version. It's not new, but it is a newer version. But the classic chi or ch, it's named for the sound that when you open the bottle. You still remember the old ads? Yeah, the classic Kiwi ad from the 90s. I wonder if I can find it on YouTube. It's such a 90s ad. It looks a little pretentious. It is a little pretentious. It is very much pretentious. It really is. Yeah. It's not like, when we're kids growing up, and mum is buying us, soda, we're getting whatever's cheap. We're getting whatever's on sale. And then I had some fancy family members. I had some aunt and uncles. And that was where we got, because it was the fancy drink. It's the fancy soda. It really is still just a soda. But it's a healthy soda because it's made with herbs and it's fancy and it costs more than $1. But yeah, we've been talking a lot about snacks, which is how the things, which you're obviously catching up on because you're seeing about all the UK snacks that we were talking about. Penguins, yeah, compared to Tim Tams. But yeah, I keep saying one day I need to do like a stream where I just buy a bunch of snacks and then we just eat and I try to describe what these things are. Like, back to the grocery market. Again, this will be a common thing for anyone that's new here. We quite often will go to the supermarket on stream. So we have the Tim Tam range, right? So we have your classic Tim Tam here. This is the brown one. This is your classic Tim Tam. If you've never seen a Tim Tam, it is a cookie sandwich with cream in the middle covered in chocolate. Australian product, but we do like them here in New Zealand. They are very, very sweet, but quite delicious. And then, so you got your caramel ones and your double coats. These are the two I usually get. I either get the caramel, which has like a caramel filling, or double coat, which is just double coated in chocolate. I like the double coat because it holds up better when you do a Tim Tam slam. But then we start to get into the interesting flavors. So white is part of the staple. Then we have these deluxe runs, which is salted caramel, brownie, dark chocolate mint, cafe latte. There's also like a strawberries and cream one that they just brought out too, which I'm not seeing here. And then they have like some more fancy ones and stuff like that too. Like, and then of course the gluten-free ones. I love watching these kind of videos. I'm glad. It's made with flowers and leaves and stuff. Health. Exactly. It's still just a soda. It's still just a soda. I think the Toffee Pop ads are some of the weirder of the 90s ads. They were, oh my god, should we try and find weird 90s New Zealand ads? Like, but should we try and introduce people to some weird New Zealand ads? I should show you some of the police recruitment ads. They're wild. We have some wild ads. You have to wonder sometimes, but New Zealand has a very distinct sense of humour, so a lot of the time we just don't take ourselves seriously, and it shows in our marketing. Toffee Pops are delicious. Toffee Pops are pretty good. Tim Tams are important because we often do Tim Tam slams. So what a Tim Tam slam is you have your cookie and you will bite off opposite corners. So if it's like a rectangle, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, you'll bite off 1 and 3 or something. You know, you bite off opposite corners and then you dunk it into a cup of hot liquid and then you suck the liquid through and it turns the cookie into a straw basically, and it melts the inside and then you just kind of smush the whole thing in your mouth and it's all melty and goopy and it's disgustingly messy, but it's very, very tasty. But also I have this with black coffee, which is why I like it. But on their own, far too sweet for me. I'm only a baby here. I only existed since the late 90s. It's okay, Perfection. You can be a baby. I grew up. I am an 80s baby, so I remember 90s ads. Like late 90s, early 2000s ads. I thought the Toffee Pop's giant lips couch eating people was my weird childhood imagination, but when I looked it up, no, that happened. The couch ate people. Yeah, I will reiterate, there was a Toffee Pop's ad where Giant's lip couch ate people. Yeah. I will justify your childhood trauma. I just about scraped in being a 90s baby, born in 1999. Oh my gosh. Baby. It's okay. I mean, I can't really call myself an 80s baby because I was 88, but yeah. And what? What even made that was something? Hold up. Alright. Another tab. This is gonna happen. I don't know where my keyboard is. We'll just lean and type this way. Toffee Pop 90s ad lips couch. Let's see if we can find it. There it is, 1991. Oh, pause. Me hiding is a late 01 baby. That's quite alright. You can be a late 01 baby. Alright, let's do that and get rid of that because then we don't have to deal with that on the side. I feel old. That's okay, Millie Bench. You can be as old or as young as you feel. I mean, I was born in 88, but I have the bones of a 99-year-old. I am a grandma in every sense of the word, except actually. So, you know, there's a joke about the community being called the retirement home because I am such a grandma. But also, I want to be in a retirement home, okay? I want to be in a building that is consistently kept at a very warm temperature where I don't have to do laundry. I can have meals delivered to me and don't have to cook if I don't want to cook, where there's structured activities if I want to join in activities, where there's a constant craft room. But also I can just go and nap whenever the frick I want. I want to be in a retirement home. I was born in 86, year old babes, 1964. It's so good. Whatever age. Alright, so this is the Toffee Pops ad, by the way. Let me pause the music. And then we'll probably get a copyright strike, but meh.
The Toffee Pops taste comes from rich caramel toffee, topping a biscuit covered in creamy milk chocolate. Nothing can resist the Toffee Pops taste.
I don't know why it's recommending Glee. Ah. Yeah. The Toffee Pops ad. I want what they were on. Toffee Pop ads, yeah. You didn't tell me it was going to be a scary stream. I'm sorry. This is meant to be a safe space, Ari. I'm so sorry. It's not real. I promise it's not real. I have sat on many a couch with many a bag of Toffee Pops, and I've never been eaten by a couch. The Toffee Pop couch is not real and cannot hurt you. Nope. It cannot. I don't think this ad would make it through the censors in the States. Yeah, we have some weird ads. Okay, I need to find painkillers. I think the painkillers are in the room. I am going to have to find painkillers in a minute, though. As much as I enjoy laughing with y'all, I do actually need to have some painkillers. I think all that ice cream and that cola is starting to hurt my teeth quite a bit, so... Because again, icy cold drinks. Still really like them. Teeth aren't happy. But I'm actually due for my anti-inflammatories anyway, so we might do a little self-care break in a second, and I'll go and get meds. Yeah, we're not going to play those ads. But yes, they do. I know the ads you're talking about, colouring Bumblebee. Yeah, we also have some pretty traumatic ads here in New Zealand. They're very strong on car safety here. I do really like our police recruitment ads though. It really does show New Zealand humour. Plus there's also talking dogs in it. So, you know. Doggos! Okay, I think I'm okay with those pants for now. We may do another layer in brown over them at the end, just to sort of tie everything cohesively together. But I think our pants are looking alright. We do need to put some white highlights on them too to make them more shiny, clevery, livery, weathery. I don't know, rhyme all your words, but basically I think we're at a point where we can leave them for the moment and we can move on to something else. So it's a good point to sort of pause for a second, because as I said, I do need to go and take my meds because it is well and truly meds time. So we will take this opportunity to just take a little quick break here. I will also do a quick toilet break and stuff like that. So I encourage you to take this opportunity to also do a little bit of a stretch, have some water. Do you need to put like washing on, or do you have washing in the machine? Putting it out there. I know a few of us do that. Or if you need to like put the dishwasher on, or grab a snack or a meal, or also take your meds, do a check-in. Have you taken your meds today? Do a little check-in for yourself, and just check in and see what you need for the day, and what you can do to make future you more cozy and more comfy. At the very least, please do a little stretch, and I will see you all in just a moment. come back, y'all. But we have a friend. Come on. Come on, you're gonna come up. Come on. You can get up. Stop being lazy. You can get up. Come on. At least get somewhere where I can lift you then. Oh, you're a pain in the butt someday, Shadow. Alright. We have Fluffball. If you've never met Fluffball before, this is Shadow. We just need to put this up a bit higher because he's going to try and eat the camera today. You still waiting on your pizza, Cassie? Oh, noes. There you go. You've had way too many of these today, but you can have a couple more. I need to get up here and record a video, but this is just too much fun. Oh, well, I'm glad you're here, Shauna. Time to log into work. Have a great day, everyone. You have a wonderful day, Millie. Thank you so much for being here. Right, that's all you can have, because I've already fed you like 4 loads of treats today. I already have way too many. And they're actually really hard to find now. Video edited and out sporting? Yes. Well done. Alright, are you gonna go... No. Don't show your butthole on stream. Talked about this. You at least make people pay to see your butthole. Such a little troublemaker. Please don't press all the buttons. That's not for you to rub your head over. You could potentially end stream if you press the wrong button there, mister. Time to go upstairs soon. Spending a few days having some downtime gaming. Ooh, what game? What game are we playing? Alright, are you grumpy because you want to go to bed? You can technically go to bed without me, you know. You can. Shock horror, I know. Good thing the can was empty. But yeah, you can just go on the bed without me. I know you're very confused because I'm not on the bed early tonight as I have been these last few days. But, shock horror, you can go on the bed by yourself. Cat! Yes, this is Shadow. This is our little troublemaker. This is our grumpy old man. He is a very old cat. He's 15 years old. And some days he's very kitten-like, and then some days he's like a 20-year-old cat who was like, nah. I'm done colouring for day. I'm not on bed watching you. I see everything. I was playing some Dead Island 2 yesterday. I've also got Tintin installed. Oh my goodness. Sounds so fun. And he's in his prime. He is. He's still healthy, he's still happy. That's his stream now. It's all about him. Wet nose boops. Wet nose boops. Worst part. Shadow takeover. Yeah. Sometimes takes over. It's worth it. It's pretty adorable. He's a little football. Mum and I were talking today and she's like, my skin's actually doing really well lately because he hasn't been bothering her a lot. Because he's been cuddling up with me so often at the moment. Like, he's spending the entire night on my bed at the moment. He's not even waking Mum up to go outside. He's just sleeping on my bed all night. So, yeah. He's a void. Yeah, he is a void. He's got a little white little triangle on his under his neck. I mean, does have a little white spot on his belly. But other than that, he's black. But he does also sun bleach. He loves to be in the sun. So he's got these little areas where he actually looks brown because he's just bleached in the sun. But yeah, apart from a little white spot on his neck there, he's got a little white spot on his belly. He's a solid black void. And he was called Shadow, not just because of the fact he's black, like, you know, shadows, but because when he was first adopted, he was a literal shadow. Like, you could not go to the bathroom without him. And that was because he was found abandoned on a rural country road. He was originally called Norfolk for the road that he was found on, Norfolk Road. And then we suspect that he was maybe an older person's cat who, for one reason or another, either the older person had to go into a retirement home or passed away or moved or something. He was definitely someone's lap baby. He's very much a lap kitty. And because of that, he kind of unfortunately got a bit abandoned, which is very, very sad and shouldn't happen. So he was found and taken to the SPCA, and he went from being obviously a very, like, loved, patted cat with all the attention to being at the SPCA. And unfortunately, he was 2 years old at the time, or around 2 years old. He's a black cat, and he didn't get on well with the other cats that were there. And so he's got a little dent in one of his ears. You know you're not meant to go back there, mister. Ooh. He's got a little dent in one of his ears from when he had a little fight with another little male cat at the SPCA. So because of that, he had to also go into isolation. And he was at the SPCA for 3 months, very isolated, very alone. And then my mum and my little brother went out to the SPCA and kind of went out for some tabby kittens and then came back with Shadow. But when he first came home, he was so afraid of being alone again that literally you couldn't go to the bathroom. You could not leave him alone because he was so freaked out that you were going to go and he was going to be alone for all that time again. So yeah, it was like, in time he learned. Like, initially, like, going out for the day, he would absolutely freak out that you were going to be gone for this whole time. He's a lot better now. He still gives us the evils some days, like, where have you been all day? But yeah, he's a lot better now. Of course, he's been here for 13 years now, so he's like, he knows we're coming home. But yeah, that's where his name came from, because he was just so clingy and so freaked out and so like, don't leave me alone. Don't leave me alone. And the other thing that he likes to do is he likes to find the local strays. And it's like he goes, oh, I know you're struggling. You need a good feed. Come to my place. My mum has good foods and she'll feed you. And so he'll bring home strays. And so for a while we had a stray that we called Night, but we ended up calling Piggy Wiggy, who was Shadow's exact twin. It was like a baby version of Shadow, but we couldn't socialize him, and then he's gone to the SPCA and actually been rehomed now because he got unfortunately a bit hurt on one of his legs. But they managed to socialize him enough to rehome him, which is what we were hoping for. So he's also a huge Sonic fan. He could get behind Sonic. He likes chasing things. Alright, you gonna chill there? If you chill there, you can actually stay there. I don't normally let you stay up here when I've got art on the desk. Nope, we're off. He got his cuddles, he got his treats, now he's off. You right getting down, mister? Yep, he's out. He's probably going to go back to the bed now. Alright, now we can get this back in place. So yeah, that's the story of Shadow. Yeah, he's creeped out the door now. And the real thing is, will I hear him jump on the bed next door? Will he go back out to Mum? Okay. Oh, cat hair in my mouth. Pretty sure I just swallowed cat hair. Yum! Joys of having pets. I'm allowed on the surface? Yeah, nah. It's because it was his choice to stay up there. When I try to not keep him up there, he's jumping up there all the time. But if I give him the choice to stay up there, then he's like, eh, nah, I don't really want to be up here. Oh, There's definitely cat hair in my mouth. Ah, joy. He will be back soon to put you to bed. Pretty much. He's probably half the evils he was giving me is, why aren't you already in bed? But then also he's got options tonight because Mum also has the heater going, so. But yeah, there's a big part of why aren't you already in bed, because I've been going to bed pretty much after work this week, but working in bed, like doing colouring and stuff in bed. So I've been in bed but not sleeping. So he's been able to come into the bedroom super early and just cuddle up with me on the bed. So he's been loving it because he's been cold and he loves to cuddle up on the bed, even though he knows he's not really meant to cuddle up with me on my stomach at the moment. He likes to paint with his tail too. He does. Yeah, that's why he's not meant to be on the desk when we have the art stuff out. That and he drools. And I'd rather not have his drool all over the artwork. I've seen your stories. It's so cute. Yeah, I don't know if I actually ever ended up posting the picture of him inside the bed covers. Because he was actually... Oh, no, you did open this time. Fantastic. That's not what I want. Come on, Amy. You're a functional phone user, supposedly. Yeah. So this here, this void, this is shadow under the blankets. If I zoom right in, you can just make out his eye there. That's his eye, the light reflecting on his eye. So that void is shadow under the blankets. He buried himself under there. It was just like the tiniest little gap where you could just see his face in the right lights. It's so cute. I have this new routine with my cat where I'm up in the middle of the night. He joins me sitting on the chair next to me as I cook, and then we go to explore a place he's never been, like on top of the fridge. Aww. Brady's not been settling down for ages and ages. He's been staying up late and sleeping half the day away. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Fud. It definitely doesn't help when that happens. I hope you can find some sort of like routine or something to help that settle down, because it's definitely frustrating. Right, do we go dark for the wings? Do we go light? We are going quite dark for the background. Doing lots of browns and greys for the background. My brain is telling me to do purple shadows and then go over with browns for this, because even though I'm going to use a little bit of browns in the background, it's going to be a lot of greys. So my brain is telling me browns for this. I also have to figure out the hair colour. Yeah. You know what we can do? We can take Van Dyke brown, which is my favourite brown. And we can use it for the shadow on the skulls, and then we can work on the skulls and get out the tans and stuff for the skulls and the candles. We'll do that. We'll start there while I ponder the Batwing colours. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'd like to contrast, but I'm kind of planning on going dark for the background, so I'm kind of thinking light brown might be a good vibe, and it will tie in with these skulls as well and the candles. This is kind of a little, it's not a particularly morbid page, but for me this is kind of morbid. I did actually pull out Undead Academy. It's on my bed right now with a few other books that are sitting there that I pulled out to put there in case I got inspired to colour in bed. And then I ended up colouring bookmarks and all sorts of stuff, so. Which is another thing I have beside me to colour as well. Give me a drawing prompt, please. Oh my goodness. You want me to come up with stuff on the fly? I mean, if you want, I'll turn to a random page in the book and just read out the title of the page. Because each illustration in this is titled, so I can read you out a random title and you can just make something based on the title. You got your pizza? Mum and Dad missed the earlier bus home. Excuses. It's like, but I'm sitting here starving, Mum and Dad. Okay. So there's 40 pages in here, so random number generator. We'll make this truly random. We'll pull up Google. Give me a number between 1 and 40. 39. That makes it easy. And I'll keep it behind here so you can't be influenced by the image. Okay, that's an interesting prompt. So the prompt is feral. Make of that what you will. Look, I know in the earlier stream today we were talking about, as DM'd, that I should be able to improvise stuff on the fly, but also I have a lot of random lists because random lists are great. My prompt is forest. Ooh. And then cats and dogs. Okay, so we've got a few people that have a page 39 that they can look at. Love it. Love it. I'm too lazy to look at books. That's okay. You don't have to do a thing. I just offered to do it that way so I didn't have to think. Because thinking is hard and sometimes we just don't want to. You can just chill there for a moment. Bookmarks. Oh, I should have actually put you all back. How are you going in terms of drying? You're the chunk that I don't care about. I could technically cut out. This is the one that's still at the section that was drying. Cool, you are surface dry, and that air bubbles popped, so just getting you to dry down a bit more there. Sweet! So many bookmarks! So many bookmarks! Combine them all. Feral cats and dogs in the forest. Yeah. It's going to do a stupid looking wolf creature in the woods, so it all works. There you go. Meant to be. Meant to be. Let's not knock over our stuff, Amy. I'd rather not have to clean up the desk today. Even though I probably should clean up the desk because there's stuff everywhere. Pretty. Thank you. Is that for the bookmarks? Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. If you didn't hear earlier, I found a laminator for a reasonable price for the first time in my life, and I was so excited because it's one of those things that I've always wanted. It was my own laminator, and I know that sounds silly to a lot of people, but I do a lot of things where I'm like, I would actually really like to laminate this for one reason or another. So to find a laminator locally for really, really cheap, I was like, yes, please. And I'm really, really happy to have a laminator so I can do things like now when I make bookmarks, because I do make a lot of bookmarks and I want to make a lot more bookmarks, and now I can laminate them instead of just using clear book covering to try and cover them and then having issues with the clear book covering. So yeah, I brought a bunch of various things from Ali Marks on Etsy, like bookmark packs. So I've got a bunch here that I was playing around with watercolors or water-based markers as watercolors, and that's like dragon castles. And then of course everything's covered in glitter because it's me and I love glitter. So I've got a base with this one here. I've just got to colour all the animals, but I've just based the backgrounds. And then I've got a bunch here by Raider Prints as well. I love using things like this where you get like little mini images and using these as bookmarks too. So I've got a bunch of those, and then this is like her actual bookmark PDF, which of course everything's glittery again because glitter. So yeah, they've all been laminated. But I've been making a lot of bookmarks, and I kind of want to, and I like, depending how far we get with this, though with how distracted I've been tonight, we're not moving anywhere fast at the moment, which that's not a jab at anyone. I love being distracted on stream. Like, please distract me. It's so fun to just go on these random deep dive conversations. But yeah, part of me was like, I should pull out like my scrapbooking papers and all my random scrapbooking stuff and just make some bookmarks as well, which in all honesty I might do, especially if my hands keep being a bit sore and stuff like that. My teeth are really actually starting to hurt again. I might have to call the hospital and see if I can like get bumped up the queue, because like the old existing ones hurt, but I'm starting to get some newer ones that are really hurting too, so it might be time to give them a call and go, I know I'm low priority, but is there any way you guys can see me sooner, because everything's really starting to hurt. But it could also just be them flaring up, and again, they'll settle down in a couple of days. I just can't wait till I finally get my hospital appointment. How can it almost be August? Can time go slower? It's getting closer to October and I'm not ready to be 27. Yeah. I was looking at the date and I'm like, holy moly. Because I wanted to film, like, I've got completed pages that I will have to film, which is the big free month for this month because I'm behind in it. But then I also wanted to film the plans video. Like, there's a lot of stuff I actually want to film, and it's like, I can't be the end of the month already. It doesn't feel that like ready to the end of the month. But yeah, I do need to sit down and start filming some plans videos, I reckon. I haven't got any notification anything's being held, and we don't have any blocked words, Ari. Though that being said, we had a thing of Zoe not being able to use the word hull for some reason. Like, not being able to send a message with hull. But I haven't got any notification that anything's being held. And I'm meant to be able to see moderation activity, so I don't know, sorry. Just double checking. Yeah, no notifications. I don't have any moderation settings on because I do trust the community as a whole to stick with the vibes of the channel, which is we do try to keep things, you know, positive, friendly. This is our little glittery bubble of escapism. So we try to keep things along that line, and 99% of the time it's okay. And you'll follow it like perfectly. Now, other 1% is, you know, sometimes we all have those days. I have those days where we come in and go, oh, this stuff has happened. It's like, acknowledge it, and then we move on. It's fine. I'm not going to begrudge you for it. I'm not going to ban you for it either, because it's like, I get it. Sometimes you need to come in and go, oh, today sucks, and then we move on. I get it. We just try to keep things, you know, positive in that. But that being said, if someone comes in here and starts, you know, being a douche, I'm going to ban their ass as quick as possible. The difference is, though, on Twitch, we have bots in place, because Twitch unfortunately gets a lot of spam bots and a lot of issues, and none of you will see it on Twitch because it all happens in the background, but I see it. And my bot goes in there a lot, and Smolt will see it. Not Smolt, Fud. Well, Smolt sees it too, because Smolt's also a mod. But Fud will see it, for example, because Fud is a mod. But we have bots that fight against the bots, because we get lots of spammy bots. And unfortunately, Twitch can get a bit twitchy with the audience sometimes. But it is designed to be a live stream platform, and it's a lot more... It can be a lot more icky there sometimes too. So we're a little bit more prevalent on the Twitch side. But that's mostly because of the bots. And again, 99.9999999% of the time, it's fine. I do have a significant ban list on my channel, but that's because I have been streaming on Twitch for 10 years. And things used to be a lot worse. And now they're a lot better, because I've got a lot more stronger moderation tools in place. But yeah, most of the time, I don't have moderation on for anything, because you'll follow things really well, which is why, you know, again, occasionally swear words will slip through. I just don't read the swear words. I'm not gonna like be like, yeah, don't do this. Like, again, we try to keep this as a safe, positive, glittery, bubbly space on YouTube, on the internet, and you'll kind of vibe with that, and I appreciate it. And the main reason I'd say it like that is because, like, on a good day, I could talk about all sorts of stuff. Like, on a good day, I could talk about my mental health journey. I could talk about, you know, different phobias, different bits and pieces. But on a bad day, you mention certain things to me, and I'm just going to be like, nope. And that puts a real strain on me as a streamer coming into stream, knowing that I've created an environment where maybe you can come in and talk about these things. On a good day, I could talk about them. On a bad day, I can't go near those topics. So what I did was I kind of set stream as what would be safe for me to stream on my worst day. And that's where it's like PG, glittery bubble of escapism, where we pretend the world isn't a place, and instead we colour rainbows and happiness and sunshine. And this is why we talk a lot about candy, and, you know, we kind of keep things like, it's almost like it is a little bit of an ignorant little bubble. But I think it's important to have that space where you can come to, where your brain can just stop for a while, and you can just focus on something else entirely, because that also gives processing room for your brain, so that things can become easier to process when you have to go back to the real world. I'm not saying we live in this ignorant bubble, but to have that little break of a bubble where you can come to and just breathe for a while, and then go, okay, I'm ready to go and deal with this now. That's what I aim to create. And also, as the streamer then, it means when I'm having a really bad day, I can still come into stream and I will say, you know, hey guys, I'm not having a great day today, I'm in a lot of pain, or this. And I may not be as bubbly and talkative and energetic like this, but I can still stream and hang out with y'all, because that is the truth about the human experience, is we all have those up and down days, but this is a way that we can keep safe all the time. And again, I've talked about it before as well. I try to keep things as safe as possible. I don't know everyone's individual specific triggers. So sometimes we may talk about things which are not the safest topic for you, but I will try my best, and you are always welcome to say, I don't feel comfy in this. You can message me. You can also just go !new scene, and it will automatically bring up a prompt saying we need to move on. And my mods know when that comes up that we have a process to do, to just clear the chat and we move on. And I have a list of topics that we will deviate to, which is probably pulling up the supermarket, going supermarket shopping again. So yeah, that's a bit of a ramble, but that's kind of the vibes. Yeah, no, occasionally naughty words will slip through. Again, I have sometimes sworn on streams. I will sometimes slip up as well. Again, we're human. We're not perfect. I'm never going to ban you for going, oops, I let this swear word through. Or I know you like to all give me crap when I talk about a deck, which is an outdoor surface where you might barbecue or have a dining table. DECK. Like, you know, I know. I'm not going to ban y'all for it. We joke about it. We keep it on the light. Again, we keep it on the PG side. You know, even Disney movies sometimes have those occasional little jokes for adults. But it doesn't mean we're going to, like, go into more detail. Amy, this is a PG stream. Yeah. Basically, if I wouldn't feel comfy with my mum hanging out in this stream, I won't talk about it on stream. And my mum will come and hang out on this stream. Kiwi mum is my literal mum. I have my mum, I've had my aunt, I have my cousins. I think sometimes my brother even puts up me for my nibblings sometimes. I know there's quite a few people that put me on for their kids. So I am also aware that sometimes kids watch this channel. So I'm not made for kids, but I am aware. You said the but word. but. Oh. See, even autocorrect wants you to talk about furniture. I'm allowed one F word per stream. Today the F word is frangelico, a delicious hazelnut liqueur. Ah, there we go. There we go. Hazelnut liqueur actually sounds really good. Whittaker's have a hazelnut chocolate, and it's one of my favorite chocolates because it's basically amazing, delicious Whittaker's chocolate on the outside and like deluxe Nutella in the middle. It is so good. Okay, so I think I want to do the collar also black, and then I think we're going to pull out silver metallic pens for the chain, which I know is a bit of a like jip, and I should really color them all in, but also meh. And I don't feel like this is the right page for glitter, but I think we can get away with some metallics on the page, and either silver or gold metallic is going to look really good on this page. And it's the same with on these pants. I think we're going to do some details in silver or gold metallic. I haven't decided which way yet. Hey, Zella is so good. It's so good. So, so good. Alright, and I do want... Now, this is probably going to not look specifically that bright at the moment. But we are going to do the eyes yellow. And we are going to do the flame yellow. Now, I know traditionally flame is white, blah, 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 blah. However, we're just going to have these little pops of yellow. And I am going to pull out a Posca paint pen and make that a lot more vibrant in the end. That's, again, another one of those. We'll fix it up later. Let's just base it in for now. We will not say that word because my brain will default that to something else. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's my general ramble. I like to try and also remind people that we are that safe space because, again, like, I know I have the rules thing set up now that I found it on YouTube and I can make it like, ooh, safer space, but it's also good to just sort of remind folks and go, yeah, you know, we try to stick things this way. We try to keep things positive. We try to keep it that safe little bubble. And again, I know that that can be viewed as like you're just isolating yourself in a way, but I view it more as breathing space. I think it's important to have some breathing space. It's not forever. It's just a little space where we can come and vibe and hang and color. Also, that reminds me because Bud, I need to message you about something. Because I have a sphere coloring book. And this is it's not a coloring book that I feel like I can run a giveaway for. I got it because I was gifted a coloring book, but the gifted coloring book arrived in highly damaged. And then I was sent a replacement copy. So I have the damaged copy, and the damage isn't particularly bad. Like, it's just got some dents and a little bit of a chewed up cover. Like, it's still a completely functional coloring book. It's just not pretty perfect coloring book. And because it was a gift, I messaged the person that sent it to me and was like, hey, and they're like, oh, I'm getting you a replacement. I did it because I was hoping they'd get a refund. And instead I got a second copy, which, cool. But the book itself is actually a little bit of a spooky coloring book, which is not something I can color on stream, and it's not something that I could send out, but I know you're somebody who does like a little bit more on the spooky side, so you are somebody that is like, oh, you're local that may enjoy this. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a flip through on YouTube for you. Yeah, it's a Mythogoria, and it's Nightmare Cabaret. So it's another reason why I won't show it on stream is because it's also a little bit circus related, so clowns can be a trigger. I'm just going to mute this and just check that this is the right book, because this one's only about 2 minutes, so it's not a long flip through to... Yeah, that's the one. I'm sure that's the one. Yep, Fabiana Bianchi. Okay. Alright. Fud, I think I can whisper you. I think we've got... Oh! Ignore if you get a random invite. I don't know what I clicked there. Right. I think I'm whispering you a link. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I don't want to pull it out on the channel perfection, because I'm aware of multiple people where clowns are an actual phobia for them. And so I don't want to pull it out. It's not something I will ever colour online. Because of the fact that it is a little on the spooky gorish side. Yeah, it is a little on the gory side, Ari. I don't mind it. I think there are better Mythogorias. Mythogoria Undead Academy verges on the like spooky side. It has a lot of like creepy like characters, but it's not gory. It's more like creepy, but it's done in a really beautiful way with amazing... I hit the stream button. There we go. All right. There should be a whisper that's come through to you. If that doesn't work, I'll Discord it to you, or another platform if you prefer it somewhere else. But there should be a link to a YouTube flip through. It's only 2 minutes, so I'm guessing they're not talking. I didn't listen to it with sound, but it should flip through the book for you. And if you like it, let me know, and then either I'll keep it aside till I make it down to you, and I'll pass it to you in person, because I may be in the next couple of months coming down that way. And if not, I'll just post it to you when I've got some funds. But yeah, it was someone, you're someone I've had in the back of my mind for a while, of this may actually be something that's in your vibe. Again, it's the sort of thing where I don't feel comfortable just giving it away, because, like, I mean, I'm allowed to give it away. The person that I got it from said, yes, give it away, the spare copy. But it was more, I don't feel comfortable because I don't want to show it on the channel, because, again, it is... I know it deals with clowns, and I know it deals with gore, and these people that don't want to see that. And again, this is a safe space. So that's why I don't colour Mythogoria on stream. This is why I don't do spooky colouring on stream. I mean, we did colour a little bit of dark fairy tales, and even that I felt like was kind of pushing the line. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't do much spooky colouring. It's not really my thing. I mean, 90% of the time I'm colouring cats. Let's face it, that's the majority of what I colour. I like colouring kitties. And then if it's not kitties, it's glitter. And I like that. And I'm happy with that. But then sometimes I like to do like a little bit of something spooky. Not like a huge amount, but, you know, sometimes just a little bit. There's some pages in here I vibe with. This looks good to me. Okay. So yeah, if you'd like it, I'll just keep it aside for you. And if I do end up coming down the next couple of months, like I'm talking about, then I'll be messaging you anyway, because I'll be down for a week, and I'll be like, hey, you want to catch up? And then I can give it to you in person. And then if that doesn't happen, I'll just post it down to you, because it's not much to ship to you, because you're so close by. Yeah, and that's why perfection, I didn't even offer this one to you. Because I was just like, no, this is not a book for you. Again, there are multiple people I know who are not comfy with clowns, which is valid. So, yeah. So that one, that's why I don't colour it on the channel. It's just, again, this is a safe space, and it doesn't mean there's anything wrong with creepy colouring or spooky colouring if that's all you do. Like, you do you, boo. That's the reason I love colouring so much, is there is so much out there that you can colour something that suits you. Like, colour what you like. There's such variety out there, so there's no wrong colouring. So if it interests you, colour it. If you are somebody that wants to only colour in, you know, a Disney princess coloring book designed for a child, color in that one. If you only want to color in super detailed, incredibly realistic coloring pages, do that. If you want to color in only mandalas, only color mandalas. If you want to color a bit of everything, color everything. If you want to color in the actual adult coloring books, color in those. You do you. As long as you're having fun with it and enjoying it, that's all I care about. If it needs a good home, I'll take it. It does need a good home, so I'm more than happy to pass it on to you. Yay, I'm glad. I've been holding on to it for a while to try and catch up with you at some point too. And then it's just been in my back of my mind to message you. So I'm so glad that worked out. I will put your name on it and just keep it in my pile of books that are waiting until I see someone. Because I have a pile of books that are waiting until I see someone. I had like 3 or 4 of them put aside for a cousin who I recently got to see, and they've been sitting there for about 6 months. They're just added to the pile and added to the pile of when of these books that I had. And they were very, very, very grateful with the books that they got, which are things that I had brought that I decided I didn't want to color, or I got rid of a couple of like easy coloring books that I thought they might like, and then I had one double up, which I passed on to them as well, with permission of the person who gifted it to me as well. But yeah, they arrived just after I was gifted a very specific coloring book, which is the Knights of Tehran, which is a Taylor Swift coloring book, but of Taylor Swift, each of her eras were like different characters, and it's very like, it's gorgeous portraiture work. Like, I appreciate Taylor Swift's music, I appreciate her as a businesswoman, but I don't love her music enough. Like, I'm not enough of a fangirl to go and buy a Taylor Swift coloring book. But I did like this one because of the way the artwork's done in it. The way the character work is done in this book is gorgeous. And you don't have to colour them as Taylor Swift. You can colour them just as really stunning figures. But yeah, my cousin, when she was here, and you know, I gave her the piles of books, and then she was looking for all my other books, and she's a massive Taylor Swift fan. She was like, oh, and it's like, you're not stealing it, it was a gift, I'm not giving it to you. She's like, but it's like, no. Yeah, it's one of the ones that I also need to colour in. I was actually realising when I was like, after I'd started this page, because I started this page because I wanted to do some portraiture work, and I was like, I have that whole Taylor Swift book to colour in. I have so many books to colour in, and I worked in one that I'd already worked in. But, I don't know, I was in a Cris Ortega mood. So, and I freaking love her work. You know. Maybe the Knights of Tehran one can go into the plans for next month. I still don't know what I want to colour next month. I just know there's a lot of things on my list to colour. So many books. So many books. Love that for the artist. Yeah, it's such a neat book. So Ari, before I was working in coloring books, I used to draw my own art, and that's what I started live streaming, was my own illustrations, and then I would sketch them and then I would color them on stream. And I was always working with pencils, but it was my own artwork and my own portraiture work. And because I was primarily portraiture, I'm very much like, I am very fussy with the people that I like to color, because I like a certain amount of realistic anatomy. Now, it doesn't mean that I don't do like anime or cartoon, but there's certain proportions that I find more pleasing because they're more anatomically correct. I'm not talking about like, I'm talking about like face structure and like ear proportions and hands that actually have the right number of fingers in the correct position and stuff like that. That's what I'm referring to. And so because of that, when I find certain illustrators that do portraiture really, really well, even though they might do it in their distinct style of, yeah, not necessarily non-cartoony, because I do like some cartoon or anime. It's more having correct proportions. I'm trying to, give me a second. Let's have another distraction. Oh, crack goes bones. Oh, that felt better. Okay. So let's find this Knights of Tehran book to start off with. There you are. And cute chibi's probably a good combination to go with it. And then Universum. That's probably another good example. Okay. Yippee! Distractions! Someone who learned anatomy first and drew in their own style. Exactly. So we've got Cris Ortega that we're working on, who very clearly knows how to do traditional anatomy, traditional portraiture. Obviously drawn in very much a fantasy-esque style, which makes sense because Cris Ortega also does a lot of book covers and does a lot of fantasy illustrations. So, but you can see very much your classic anatomy structure in there, like obviously stylized and idealized to be a certain type of figure for a certain trope of fantasy, but very core human anatomy. And then this is the Knights of Tehran coloring book that I was talking about. And so even though each of the eras is created as if it is a specific character in a land called the Tehran, and the different knights, the different protectors. So you've got each of the different eras that represent the different albums. So like the Bard, which is debut, the Warrior, which is red, Damsel, which is fearless, Paladin, the 1989, Princess, Speak Now, the Gorgon, obviously reputation. And so we've got a little bit more like cartoony proportions. Things are like her nose is elongated, her eyes are smaller, but there's still a sense of proportion and anatomy to her. Like her hands are more stylized, they're not realistic hands. You know, you look at these hands here, you look at these hands here. Obviously Bat Boi's hands a lot more detailed, but there's still a inherent understanding of how anatomy works. This is a more stylized choice. Some of those look quite a lot like the style of Amy's past line work. Yeah, Cris Ortega very much is what I used to draw like. So yeah, that's a really good example where you've still got a portraiture face. You've got a lot more stylized, like it's more like Barbie. If you think of like Barbie coloring books. Idealized, stylized, but there's a core basic of understanding proportions, understanding anatomy. So still really like this for that sense. And then you can go from there to things like cute chibi creature coloring, which is by Phoebe M. Now, these characters in here, again, this is cartoony. This is incredibly stylized. This is not realistic proportions at all, but there's still a balance to this figure. This hand still has, like, it still looks like an actual hand proportioned to the size and has a dynamicness that matches the character. I love this book. This is also, if you want a really easy coloring book that's just super cute chibi creature coloring by Phoebe M. Really, really great coloring book. So yeah, again, very stylized, very, very chibi, but still there's an understanding of anatomy and proportion and placement that has been completely idealized to make cute coloring pages. So yeah, that's what I'm talking about with portraiture. Like, I love coloring characters, I love coloring people, but I'm also kind of fussy on it. So this goes again in a completely different direction. This is Maria Trial, and you can see here with this portrait, she obviously does understand anatomy, and this is like quite appropriate proportions, again stylized in a different form. But then in the book itself, she takes it even further and she stylizes her characters even further, and then goes down even further and turns them into cute little adorable cartoon people. So you can actually see the progression in her work of how she stylizes her characters more and more and more. which is really fun to see as well. So that's, again, another different element of it. Anyway, random distractions. These things will happen a lot. I hope you enjoyed the book tour. It does not take much to distract Amy. Yeah, itchy nose. Yeah, I love cute creature. I cannot wait until I can pick up my alcohol marker tub again, and then we can colour some more in this one as well, because it needs more. I've basically done like those 3, and they're so simple. They're just alcohol markers, a little bit of paint pen, maybe some glitters or some sparkles. But yeah, just keep them really simple, because I just love the illustrations. I don't feel like they need much. A little bit of shading with the alcohol markers on one of them. Don't think I did on the other 2. I just used paint pens to do highlights and glitters. Yeah. Cannot wait until I can pick up alcohol markers and do more on that. I thought that was kind of flat, but it works so well for that style. Yeah, and that's kind of why I like to just play around with it. Like, I will do very detailed... Okay, more distractions. This is another book I have nearby, so... this is what I also have been working on. I will do... My colouring bounces from very highly detailed shading. And then, like, doing lots of detail, lots of shading, to just doing those really, really flat ones. One that I finished off recently, just because the book is buried and I can't be bothered getting it out right now. Let's just show you the Instagram picture. This is, as you might recognize, this is Shadow. This is one that we finished off recently as well. This is in a book called Leon's Journey, and I coloured it to look like Shadow. So again, lots of shading, lots of detail work in this one. Also, the little random black spot on the leaf here, that's one of the cracks in my camera. That I didn't notice until I had posted it, and went, damn it, I forgot to edit that out. Kanako Gusa also shared it to her story, which is really, really cool. I always get such a nod when the illustrator shares it to their story. But yeah, so sometimes I do like really detailed shading and stuff like that, and then sometimes we just do, you know, stuff like that, and it's just as valid colouring. It's just about having fun with it. Yeah, Pirate Kitties. Did you ever get to see Pirate Kitties, Bud? Did you ever get to see the final Pirate Kitties? Because it was a while ago. I can't remember if I ever got to show you Pirate Kitties, but yeah, so we finished off Pirate Kitties, and it's got this massive treasure chest full of glitter and 3-dimensional, and is going to make this page a nightmare to colour in. But now we've been working on this one, which has been a whip for a long time. But I finished off the tree house with the exception of the red today. So yeah, this will be Sunday's stream, is carrying on with this, doing more of the like trees and building up detail in the trees and the grass, and then we'll work on the kitties and hopefully finish that off. I saw a bit of it, but not the final. Yeah, I was thinking that you might not have actually seen it finished. And this is the other one we've done in here. I colour a lot of kitties. I like colouring kitties. I like kitties. Patience on you is incredible. Yeah, some days I'm like all for the slow, subtle shadings, and then some days I'm like, slap it on. Slap it on and call it done. Depends on my mood. Depends on what I'm working on. Depends on the vibes. And all of it's valid. I am very happy with this. I love kitties, yeah. So, we've started in a new book by Kanako Agusa, which is Leon's Journey. So that kitty page I showed before from my Instagram. This one here is from that book. And then we've also done the character introduction page. So the book follows Leon, which we've coloured as if it's Shadow. And then there's Lily and little Marie, little mouse that hides in there, Latte and Mocha and Baron. So they're the main characters in the book. And so we're going to colour this whole book as if Leon was Shadow. So it's going to be Shadow's journey, not Leon's journey. But I think it'll be really fun. So I still have to translate most of it because it's still in Japanese, but really, really cute. I went through and flagged a few options to colour in later on stream and translate the prologue and character info. Nice. So you have coloured the character info page, eh, Jess? I'm pretty sure you've coloured the introduction page because I feel like I remember your mocha and latte are also mocha and latte coloured, but because I feel like most of us are doing mocha and latte as if they are mocha and latte coloured. What's your favourite thing to draw? Portraiture. People. People. Give me a moment for distractions. I'm very distracted tonight and I'm okay with this. In here, is that where I have stuff? Oh god, those are some terrible. No, we want this one. Yeah, we want this one. Okay. Will you pop open in something that I can capture easily on stream? That would be really nice. No, you won't. I'm gonna have to do. Cool. I bring out people. No worries, Ari. I get distracted all the time. I'm more than happy to get distracted. I used to, you know what I can do? Bear with me. Oh, this is going back. Okay, that's what it's called. Cool. This is a very old starting screen, but I do still have the resources here. So if I go back to just chatting. Hey, Winter. Image slideshow, add existing art. That's what I want. Boom. Right, I think this is going to be mostly my colouring pages though from memory. Give this a moment to go through. I haven't updated this in years, but I'm thinking this is mostly my... Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. That's not what we want. So if I go to image slideshow, create a new... And then if I go to directory, I want you to add a directory. We're doing some weird stuff here. Give me a second. Right, now I have to remember where everything is. Nope. Okay, 2 seconds. Bear with me. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, we want that one. Select folder. Okay, so I'll get rid of that one. So this is some of my old artwork that I used to do. It's just going to bounce through some random stuff. No! And I'm going to drop that. I'm going to drop Dr. Pepper on the desk. Voided the artwork. We're okay. So this is some of the stuff that I used to do. I used to do a lot of portraiture work and then work primarily with pencils. So I used to do a lot of random stuff back in the day, but yeah, and then I used to go to markets and sell prints of my portraiture and also take on commissions of people. And so some of this is like original art. There's some fan prints and stuff in there, which I used to do to help bolster the income because sometimes people didn't want random artworks, but sometimes people wanted like, you know, stuff that they knew. So I would do like some fan stuff. There's a couple of animals and stuff as well, which I think are coming up still. This isn't everything that I've done, but just like random stuff. Of course, Kiwi. Yeah, so this is, and again, this was all pencil work. That was always my medium. Yeah. I have some of these prints. I love them. Yeah. Quite a few people have these different prints. See, that was... Fingers crossed we're back. Fingers crossed we're back. So, Twitch is definitely back. Twitch I wasn't worried about. Twitch is real easy to get back. YouTube is my worry. Is it reloading for YouTube, or do you need a new do you need a new window? I'm hoping I came back quick enough that those folks on YouTube don't need to be sent to a new stream. Yay. I'm seeing yay. I'm waiting for confirmation on YouTube. Twitch is good. I knew we had some downtime with Twitch. Twitch, you can like wait 20 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute, and you can still connect back in. And maybe you have to reload the tab, but Twitch is good. YouTube, I need to know, do we need to let people move to a new stream? We're back. Fantastic. Yay. Okay, cool. Cool. Fingers crossed we're all good. It looks like we're all good. It looks like we've connected back to the original stream. And we don't have to drop out and drop back in. The delay is cray, but we're back. That's fine. I will take a delay. Yeah, so that was fun. That normally would not crash my stream. That would normally never be an issue for a stream crash. However, my OBS updated itself. And I know those of you who also use OBS know that there's been some problems since the last update. So, yeah. But yeah, if anyone's not seeing me, if you're not seeing me, refresh stream. We should be back. Copy, cut, and paste. Right, we should be all good. Looks like everything's back, everything's stable. Yeah, I think we're all good. Yeah, I wish if things that did things would just do the things. Yeah, it usually happens with an OBS update, which is usually why I delay updating. I know a few people who have updated and had issues. Now, I did not update. It chose to update on its own accord. And I was like, rude. I told you not to update, and it updated on its own accord. So I've had a couple of like glitchy things with OBS tonight. I had it earlier with stream earlier today too, but luckily it held out. But yeah, apparently that was too much for stream. Or OBS. It might just be OBS also going, what the frick are you doing? What the frick are you doing streaming so much today? But yeah, I do apologize that we dropped out so suddenly. These things can't be helped sometimes. It's the way technology goes. But I hope you enjoyed seeing what you did get to see of the art. There was a few more that didn't unfortunately get to show up, including notably the animal ones, which is some of my favorite ones, and what I used to sell the most of was my animal prints and bits and pieces. So yeah, that was a big part of what I used to do. It was my full-time job there for a while, and then I was creatively burnt out, so I chose to go back to work because I just wanted regular income. I wanted a break, and I stopped drawing for a couple of years there because I was just that burnt out from it. And that is the biggest lesson I took away, is that I don't like to monetize my creativity. So I did it. I tried being a full-time artist. I lived as a full-time artist for several years. I did that through various means. I wasn't living very financially well off, but I did it, and I was very proud of doing it. And it was a really fun experience, and I hustled and I did it, but at the end I got too creatively burnt out, and so I didn't draw for a couple of years, and I went back to the regular workforce. And then while in the workforce, I kind of gained my confidence and went, what do I actually want to do with my life? And that's when I decided to go back to school and start studying for my psychology degree, because I realized that one of the things that I would really love to do is to use my experience with mental health and creativity to become a counselor. And I wasn't really sure what direction I wanted to go in, if I wanted to go into becoming a psychologist, if I wanted to be an art therapist, if I wanted to just go and be a standard counselor. But I knew the first step in all of this was to go and get a counseling degree. So I was like, okay, let's do that and we can figure it out from there. And so I was working for a medical lab while studying full time, and then COVID hit. So chaos, but I survived. And then my body just exploded, basically, with swelling and inflammation and pain, which is something I'd experienced on and off for many years. And then while waiting for a diagnosis, I fell in the shower. And basically for a long convoluted route, found out that I have an autoimmune inflammatory condition, and in the process of trying to get that diagnosis, slipped and really badly damaged my hands, which meant I couldn't hold a pencil. And as somebody who did identify themselves as being creative and being a creative individual, not being able to hold a pencil was quite terrifying. So I started colouring to help me relearn how to hold a pencil. And so that's where colouring started. And it clicked with me. So this was about 2021, because my favorite part of being an artist was the colouring. Like, the sketching was all right. I did the sketching because I had to draw something in order to colour it. But the colouring was always the part that got me and I loved the most. And so colouring books took away the part of art that I don't really care all that much about, which is creating the original art, and gave me the part that I really loved, which was adding colour to black and white. So yeah, that's where the rabbit hole of colouring just began. Alright, let's go back to the screen. I'm going to have to do this all manually because I'm going to have to close and reopen a few things. Stream Deck, please reopen for me and please work. Cool. Test. Oh, no, doesn't want to find my mic. Okay, that's fine. We can deal with that. I can live with no mic, as long as I can change the scenes. Oh, no, none of my buttons want to work. Cool. Okay, we'll deal with you later. We have no Stream Deck. Microphone's working. Do we have you working? Cool. Well, you're working, so we've got that option. It's the clunky option, but it's there. Cool. Alright, I think we're back. I think we're okay. Oh, gotta love OBS dropouts. OBS will just say nope sometimes. It will also just say nope sometimes. Sometimes it's just like nope. Not happy with the quirks that ModView has developed lately. Oh my god, tell me about it. It's like, if you're gonna touch all that, make sure it's working. I would like a new prompt, please. Ooh. Yeah, and that's why I stopped doing the prompts. Stopped doing the prompts, that's not the word. Stopped doing commissions. I did enjoy them, but I got creatively burnt out. And yeah, I don't like monetizing my creativity, which is the whole reason I don't monetize any of my channels. I know I could. I know I could earn a bit from doing it. I don't want to do that. Right, 27. Ethereal Wanderer. That's your prompt. Also, the page was delightfully crunchy as I turned it, and I love it. I love when you get that paper crunch. I don't know if anyone else is like that, but I love the crunchiness of paper. Love crunchy paper. There's something so, like, satisfying about that sound to me. That's why when people are like, oh, but oh, buckle my page. I'm like, buckle my page. Make it crunchy. Give me the good sounds. It's so delightful. Drawing a magical fairy boy. Lovely. Oh, it sounds wonderful. Ari, if you have like a place that you post these pictures online that you've been drawing, please feel free to drop the link in the chat, because I'm sure many of us would love to check you out. 1, 2, buckle my page. I'm back. I thought my Twitch was stuck. No, perfection. I had an OBS dropout. I had a full OBS crash. Not just a little, like, ding, the cameras are crashing out. The full OBS crashed. I don't think I have anything else open in the background. They might be counteracting. I mean, it's OBS the same as CPU is only 12 or 13%. So there's no other reason why OBS should be crashing. Yeah, no, apologies. It was entirely my computer program deciding that we don't exist anymore. Being like, nope, we don't need to stream anymore. It's like, rude. I decide when we're done streaming. Thank you very much, computer program. Alright, a little bit more purple, which is sort of like our shadow tone for down here. Just because these ones are going to be a little bit more in shadow. It was going to sleep. No! I've been thinking of deleting my Instagram because 1, I never post, and 2, when I do it's a drawing I've done so I can post something and that takes the fun out of it. Yeah, no, in that case, delete it. Like, you don't have to post your art anywhere. I know several colorists who do not share their coloring online because they color for themselves. And I know many artists who will draw and don't share what they draw because they draw for themselves. You do not have to share your hobby. We live in a day and age where it's kind of expected that you share everything online, and you do not have to. At the end of the day, we create for ourselves. And if we keep what we've created for ourselves to ourselves, nothing wrong with that. I will reiterate it again. You do not have to create a YouTube channel or an Instagram or any sort of media to share your coloring / artwork / creative endeavors. You can just do them for you. I mean, heck, I hardly ever post to Instagram. I mostly have Instagram to message people. I forget to post to Instagram 90% of the time. And that's okay. I post everything on Instagram because I enjoy seeing all my pages online, or my phone would be full. That's valid. That's valid too. If you enjoy sharing and share them away. Again, there is no right or wrong here, as long as you are doing what you enjoy. I really dislike doing commissions. Yeah, I think most artists don't really enjoy commissions that much, but we kind of have to take commissions to survive. Most of us just kind of want to create our own creativity. Like, there are some, obviously, that, you know, they create something and then that's what they sell. But yeah, I know most artists survive on, like, people paying them for specific items. And it always just doesn't feel, it's not as satisfying. Yeah. I don't miss the commission lifestyle. I have done some fun commissions and I've got some fond memories of some of my commissions. But yeah, I'm very glad not to be doing all that again. And yeah, I have thought about like what it would take for me to start, like what if I would monetize my channels again, or what would I do for this or this, and it's like I mean, I'd have to be off the benefit because the earning of the income on the benefit really is screwy, and then technically this becomes a form of employment, and then they're gonna go, well, if you can stream X amount of hours a week, why can't you physically go into work? And it's like, well, physically mobilizing into a job is very different than me sitting in front of a computer and talking crap for 8 hours. So yeah, there's that element, but even if I wasn't on the benefit, it's like, how do I feel about monetizing things again? And I don't know how I feel about that. It's something that I would consider if I got off the disability benefit. But yeah, while I'm on the benefit, I just don't even want the hassle of trying to figure out how this works on there. It's just easier. Yeah, and that's perfect perfection. If that's what works for you, that's what works for you. It's like I was saying the other day that I don't actually make a lot of formatted content. I do live streams, But I don't sit down and do recorded videos. And if I put out videos, it's like completed pages once a month. And it's still very much me just sitting down and talking to the camera. The difference is I'm not live while I do it. And that's what I've realized for me works best is I don't like doing formatted content. I don't like having a script and sitting down and doing... I just like sitting down and chatting. I just like putting on a live stream and chatting and hanging out with y'all and vibing with y'all. Whereas sitting down to do a recorded video is a very different vibe. So, and that's okay. That's what I've learned for me as well. But that doesn't make it for anyone that prefers to do sit down recorded videos as opposed to live. Doesn't make it wrong. It's just what works for you. Yeah. Fell out of love with Instagram posting and felt guilty for it until I reminded myself that this is a hobby for my hobby. And if it's not bringing me joy, I shouldn't do it. Exactly. Exactly. It's the hobby of the hobby. YouTube is my side hobby of my hobby. Like, it's not a priority in any sense of the word. The only reason I would start actively posting on YouTube was if I could hire somebody to do all my content creation. I'll sit here in front of the camera and I'll chat away and then I'll send all the video footage to somebody and go, cool, make me a pile of shorts and, you know, make me all the media and then here's all my platforms, post to them. So I don't have to deal with any of it. Sometimes I feel the urge to get the sweet, sweet validations of like, but then I remember I get like, yeah. And also, like, your worth does not come from what others determine online. Your worth comes from yourself. Others cannot determine your worth. The number of likes or the number of reactions, like, that is irrelevant. Only you can validate yourself the way that you should be. And, you know, we were talking the other day about how we are kind of sometimes not always our own biggest cheerleaders, and we should be. We should be willing to hype ourselves up like we would hype anyone else up. And social media kind of screws with that for a little bit because it does put a value, an inherent currency on what you do, because there is a number, there is a like section, and you can literally count and have statistics of how much interaction each post gets, which puts value on something that shouldn't have value. And it's messy. And as somebody who's very interested in psychology, it's interesting to just read so many studies coming out, because we're now at a point where social media has been around for about 20 years and we're starting to really see some repercussions of it. So yeah, really, really fascinating stuff if you're into that. Double A. I won't monetize, simply becomes stress instead of enjoyment. Exactly, Pauline, exactly. For me, it's like, the moment I start monetizing my creativity, it feels like it becomes a job instead of, again, a side hobby of a hobby. I'm not opposed to doing it again because money, you know, and I'm not, if anyone is monetized, I'm never going to begrudge them, because get your bag. There's a lot of effort that goes into making content. Like, get that bag, get that. I will watch all the ads for you, especially because I have YouTube Premium, so I don't actually end up watching all the ads, but I watch all the ads for you. I will literally, if I've got friends streaming, I will sit and refresh to get more ads on Twitch sometimes so that they can earn just a few more cents. Like, that's fine. I will use some of my time to earn you some money, because I can do that. But yeah, I don't know. For me personally, it's just not where I'm at right now. I'm not opposed to reviewing this in the future. It's just right now, I like not having any form, and I like to keep it that way, basically. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the serotonin boost. Just don't let it define you. That is exactly it, Colouring Bumblebee. That is exactly us. Talk to yourself as if you would talk to a friend. Exactly, Ari. Exactly. We shouldn't hold ourselves to a standard that is different than we would ask of anyone else. So, yeah. I woke up and immediately checked in bed. You're coming in to get ready for the day. We have to brush our teeth. Let's do it, double A. You only get one set of teeth. Let's look after them. Well, I mean, you technically get two because of baby teeth, but you know what I mean. You know, look after your teeth. Don't do an Amy. Look after your teeth. So, good morning. I hope you had a good sleep. Alright, we are getting there with our brown. So I've gone a bit darker brown than I was intending, but when I bring in the lighter browns, I think it'll be alright, because there's not much. Like, it looks like a lot at the moment, but also we've still got to shade it out, so I think it'll be alright. And also, there would still be shadows on this thing. We like contrast. I post animatics on YouTube because they were too long to send over Discord. Feel that. One day suddenly got almost 5,000 views and it was scary. Or the sudden surge of like, where did all this come from? Yeah. It's funny because you see it, like, I do look at metrics sometimes, but I like it more because my analytical, logical brain likes statistics. But I don't read into it and go, oh, okay, this one did better than this one, or this one, you know, this one had more interaction and stuff like that. So I don't really care about all that. I just like seeing the numbers. And there's always such a spike, and I'm pretty sure every colouring channel feels this, because you'll be posting content throughout the month, and there are months where I did post every single day to test this because I was so interested in seeing how the metrics worked. And it will be like, oh, you know, steady, so, you know, 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 1,000 views, and then it comes to completed colouring pages. The once a month video that is the video that I will sit down and make for my channel. Even if I make no other videos, I'll try to make completed pages. And then that will come out, and then it's like, you know, 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 10,000 views. 1,000 views, 1,000 views. Now that's not accurate for view count, but that's just me giving an example. It's like this massive spike in that one video. Yeah. I fell asleep in hopes you would be here when I woke up. Oh, yeah. No, I did decide impromptu to do a bit of a night stream. My OBS tells me we've only been live for half an hour. We had a OBS crash. We've been live since about 8:30. It's nearly 1 a.m. I just realized it's nearly 1 a.m. Welcome to Saturday, y'all. I hope my mum's actually not asleep. I hope I haven't been yelling this whole time and she's been asleep. I mean, she does usually watch TV to about this time at night, so but she may also be in bed, and I've been quite loud, so I just noticed the time. Whoops. I don't know, I would have put in more effort. But you might have lost the charm that drew people to it, Ari. Like, that might have been the charm. And the same, Amy. I find the statistics interesting. Yeah, like, I track, like, numbers and stuff like that, but I do it for me because I find the numbers interesting. But it's not like me sitting here going, oh, this one had more interaction, this had more of this. It's like, I just find the numbers fascinating. I like numbers. I like maths, and I like, this world is confusing, but mathematics is logical. And I like mathematics. Some mathematics is logical. Some mathematics is not logical. But, you know. My parents find it so odd that when I release a video one day, it gets less than 1,000 views, and the next day it gets like 5,000. And so you don't understand how popular completed pages are? Yeah. Completed pages. Completed pages is the video. Or complete collection tours. Those are the two that always do well. But complete collection tour, I'm only filming that once a year. That's too much effort. And then completed pages is once a month. And I know I could do things like everything I've coloured so far in 2025. And it's like, some months I do 60 or 70, you know, 50, 60, 70 pages. So by the time we get mid-year, I already have like 300 pages to show. That's why I don't do a everything I coloured in X year video as well, because it's like, that would take me hours to do. I just do the complete collection tour. I love complete collection tours. How's it? Any world disasters? Nothing yet. Nothing yet. It's pretty pitch black out there. There's not a single moon. It's definitely nighttime. It's definitely still cold. Yeah, so far it's vibing. Saturday morning's had some good company, some good times, some good laughter. If I am just waking up, it's tomorrow for you. Yep, it's 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Saturday morning here. Jess, I think you're streaming in about 6 hours. Have I got that calculation right? Can I go for 6 more hours? Can I just go until Jess is live? Using every pink art supply to colour this page. Yeah, those ones are quite interesting. I mostly wouldn't want to just pull every pink out because I'm lazy, because then I have to put it all away. I have a lot of pink art supplies. Honestly, I'd be more likely to do using every glitter supply I own to colour the page, which I own a lot of glittery supplies. Yeah. Restroom, wash face, lotion face, brush teeth, and meds. Heck yeah, double A. Proud of you. Moving over here, my Twitch is being annoying and freezing every minute. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Twitch is being a twitchy. Yeah, again, I haven't got any notification of anything dropping or anything, but you never know. Is on at 11:30 your time at 6 a.m. Yep, about 6.5 hours. Okay. Okay, cool. I don't know if I can go that long. But, that being said, this is me. I have done an 18.5 hour live stream before. And not just once. Oh gosh. There was a live stream. Because I said we were going until I finished a page, and then I decided right at the end that we were actually going to do, instead of just stone, marble. And so I added on 10 more hours of work for myself. I was like, cool. So yeah, 18.5 hour long live stream. Yeah, I am still, you know, almost 4 weeks post-op. Like, no, we're not going to be that insane. But I'm feeling alright right now. We did do a little stretch before. We'll need to do another little stretch soon. And it's probably a good chance for me to go and just triple check that Mum is definitely in bed, and then know that I can't be yelling at the top of my lungs anymore. But yeah, no, I'm feeling alright at the moment. Honestly, the only thing I'm feeling is the fact that I've been talking a lot, so I just need to hydrate more. I think I need lunch towels. I'm starting to get the shakes, which isn't great when setting up a journal. No, it is not. Oh, I need to set up my journal too. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, I gotta do that at some point too. But yes, please have some lunch. Please have some lunch. Hydration check. Yes, everybody have some hydration. It's very important. You can go get some tea from the fridge in a minute too. Because it is classified technically as a water. It's not soda. It's kind of soda. That's what VODs are for, perfection. Again, I don't often... I might come in it towards the end or something. It depends when I wake up in the morning. Okay, and then if we take the light golden brown that we've been using, we may need to go back in with some, I know words, Van Dyke brown to help with the blend we needed. But we're going to bring this sort of golden brown in here. This is why I am kind of thinking gold might work quite well for our metallics. Sorry, I know we've got a lot of pencil shine. Yeah. Opened a tin of what I thought was tomato soup and it's chopped tomatoes. Oh noes. I mean, it could be tomato soup. You've got some bits and pieces that you can throw in there. You can turn it into a tomato soup. Soup is so good. I had soup for breakfast. I know that's not really traditional breakfast, but I don't really do traditional breakfast. And that was what I wanted for breakfast, and it hit really well. Alright, one of the things that I'm struggling with is getting this right up to the edge. So we are actually just going to go right over these holes in the wings, just to ensure we get a nice smooth colour there. And then we're going to take our black, and we're just going to go over these, because we are going to be doing quite a dark background. So we're just going to do this. And then we're going to have a much easier time. And it will still work for when we do our background. Think work smarter, not harder. Yeah. I'm going to use it later to make a curry. Nice. Fed is best. Exactly. That is the definite rule. Fed is best. And this morning, I wanted soup. So I had soup. I enjoyed soup. Need to figure out what I'm doing, what I'm cooking for dinner for us tomorrow. Mum's been cooking all week, so I should give her a break. But I have no idea what to cook. Lasagna? Lasagna is good, but I will have to go and buy a ton of ingredients to make a lasagna. Because we'd have to get, we don't have any gluten-free lasagna sheets, because we do gluten-free pasta here. But yeah, actually it's not a bad idea, because I do have a ton of natural yogurt to try and use, so I could use that to help make a cheese sauce. And we do have grated cheese that we got on the cheap. Actually, I wonder if it's eggplant season, because I could make a moussaka. You cooking chicken schnitzel? Nice. When is eggplant season? Oh. November to June, of course it is. It is technically pumpkin and sweet potato season, so I could do like a spinach and pumpkin lasagna. Done that before, that's really yummy. Not a bad idea. I'll think about that. Again, I'll have to look at what we've got ingredients wise. Sweet potato shepherd's pie. Yum. Also a good option, but again, I don't think we have any sweet potato. And also don't have any mince, so it would be also pulling out. It would be going and buying a bunch of stuff. And that's mostly just what I'm trying to avoid, is I don't want to go back to the supermarket again. Because I've been to the supermarket multiple times this week. Yeah. Just trying to, I don't even know what we have in the freezer, to be perfectly honest, so I just have to kind of do a dig through and figure out what protein we have. I know we always have multiple cans of like pulses and stuff like that, but I'm also thinking about making a dal, because it's been a while since I've made a dal, but I also think I'm out of lentils, so I might have to go and pick up some lentils. But I do love a good dal, and it's also like a nice warm dinner, but it's also quite soft and easy on the palate. And cooking so many roasts lately because of how cheap pumpkin and sweet potato have been. Nice. Yeah, so I live with my mum, if you weren't aware. We help look after each other because we both have health issues. But it works out well because I do work 2 hours a day. It's about the limit at the moment with my disability about how much I'm allowed to work. So I do work 2 hours a day, but my work means that I work until 6:30 at night on weeknights, so it's a bit hard to work and then go and make dinner. So mum tends to do the weeknights, or I'll prep something in the morning and have it in the crock pot and then be like, hey, I've prepped, a beef stew, could you boil some potatoes for me, and then I'll mash them when I come out after work, and could you cook some peas? So she'll do things like that where I'll have it all prepped but be like, hey, I've made a curry and it's in the crock pot, can you just cook some rice later on? Yeah I'm gonna head out now. Enjoy the rest of the stream. All good, Colouring Bumblebee. Thank you so much for being here, and I will catch you at your live later on, hopefully, and if not, I'll catch you VOD. Appreciate you being here. Have a wonderful rest of your time zone. You can make some super good fried bread in a pan with just flour, water, and oil. You can indeed. You can also do it with Greek yogurt and flour. Make some excellent, excellent bread as well. I've been doing a clean out of the freezer. Yeah, that's kind of what we did for dinner tonight. We had some leftover mashed potato and peas from our dinner the night before, and we had some chicken legs, like some roasted chicken legs that were in the freezer. They were already cooked, so it was just a case of pull them out, defrost them, and just warm everything up. So it's basically like a leftovers type dinner. But the chicken legs had kind of been in the freezer for a long time, and they weren't great. And we tried to, we put a gravy over them to try and help mask it. But yeah, in the end, we both were like, yeah, this isn't great. The chicken legs have kind of been in there too long. So that's why I also ended up getting a little bit of McDonald's. Because I was like, yeah, I'm still a little hungry. Dinner wasn't really the vibe. And that's okay, it happens. I do like the idea of doing sort of like a veggie lasagna or something though. Doing a lasagna in general. You'll make me hungry, but I already brushed my teeth. Oh, I'm so bad at using frozen stuff. Yeah, we have like a standalone freezer and then a little freezer under the fridge. Plus I have a fridge in my office here. So this is it's got the fridge is like where I store my drinks and snacks and stuff like that, but then it's got a little freezer on top, so that's our third freezer basically, which sounds ridiculous for 2 people, but all the freezers are quite tiny, so between them we kind of have one average standalone freezer. And Mum and I are bulk cookers and bulk shoppers and bulk, like we buy in bulk because it's cheaper and then we break it down. And so the main standalone freezer is where we put sort of like, you know, frozen veg and the meats and stuff that we make with. And then the little freezer under the fridge in the kitchen is we've cooked and it's ready to go. So like leftovers, when we cook, because it's just Mum and me, we only need 2 portions, right? But rather than just cooking 2 portions, we'll cook 8 portions. And so we'll have 2 portions. 2 portions will be the next night's dinner. 2 portions will be the night after. And then 2 portions will go in the freezer. And then we have a meal ready to go in the freezer for another time when we can't cook. So yeah, that's why mentioning lasagna is actually not a bad option, because I can cook a big pan as lasagna and we'll have dinner for a few nights. And with Sunday being a regular stream day, it means I also have lunch ready to go on stream day, which is another thing that I like to do. But then also we could put some in the freezer if we don't eat it all. So yeah, lasagna's not actually a bad option, and we do have a few bits and pieces for it. I will need to go and pick up some other bits, but we've got a lot of the bits. And Mum and I, when we do things like, for example, a lasagna or spaghetti bolognese or any sort of meat pasta dish, especially with minced beef, which, by the way, this is an amazing hack if you're trying to stretch your dollar a bit further. Brown lentils, 50-50 brown lentils and ground beef, because if you're doing a dish which uses ground beef, for example, like a meat sauce for pasta, brown lentils, drain them out and then put them in, and they take on the same texture and the same flavor as minced beef. Like, it's like just bulks it out, but it's so much cheaper. And you get lentils, which are actually incredibly good for you and really tasty. So yeah, I know we have like some cans of lentils and stuff in the cupboard, so I might have to go and pick up some mince to go and do it. But if I choose to do a meat one, I could also do a vegetarian one. Carrots also a great filler in lasagna. It is, and I know we have a big bag of carrots. It's also one of those things, like a meat sauce is great for just using up a ton of veg and just putting all sorts into as well. Like veg, it's just let me look at a different supermarket than the supermarkets we've been looking at. Let me look at the one up the road, because if I have to pop out to the supermarket, I don't want to. I want you to change store, please. I want to know if you have gluten-free pasta sheets. And if you don't, I mean, I can always just use spiral pasta. Oh, look, you do. Fantastic. Fantastic. 10 sheets made with rice flour. That's what we like. Cool. Okay. I'm a very picky eater and I do all the cooking, so every fortnight when I go shopping with Dad, I pick everything we will eat. That's fantastic. Now, if that's like what you've found a way to work with what works for you. Again, fed is best, so if that's what helps you get fed, that's awesome. I'm not hugely picky. I'm not a huge fan of, like, I don't do carbonara. I don't do mac and cheese. I'm not a big fan of just a cream-based pasta sauce. I'm also not a big pasta person, but pasta is a lot easier. Now we'll switch to gluten-free pasta. It hurts my tummy a lot less. So that's why I was like looking up gluten-free pasta sheets. So yeah, like, I'm not opposed to pasta. I just prefer it to be gluten-free, and I don't like cream sauce so much. But I can get behind lasagna because you've got that acidic tomato sauce to cut through the creaminess of cream sauce. So pasta, lasagna I can get behind. The only thing that I'm not a huge fan of is cooked mushrooms. I will vibe with most other things. And again, if I have to, I'll eat the cooked mushrooms. If I have to, I will eat mac and cheese. Like, food is food. Bed is best, you know? My mum's not into spicy food. That's one of the big things for her. She cannot tolerate spice. And I love spicy food, but it's real easy for me to add spice on afterwards. So I, like if I cook a curry, or if I'm cooking stir fry, or anything like that, it's like we do it low-key, and then I add in spice afterwards. And that's easy. That's an easy accommodation to fix up. But yeah, the thing, Mum just hates cooking in general. She's not someone who enjoys cooking. I'm someone who enjoys cooking, but I struggle to find time to cook during the week because of my work schedule. So that's why I do things like, if it's things that I can prep in advance and then she can just reheat, we'll do that. Or things where I've cooked the majority of it and she might just have to do one little element. And then I try to make a point on the weekends to do the cooking, because obviously I'm a little bit more free on weekends. We do also have one weeknight a week where my brother comes around to visit, and so that's a sort of like prep your own night, because my mum and my brother will do a catch up while I'm working, and so Mum hasn't got time to cook because she's catching up and hanging out with my brother. Sometimes she'll cook, so my brother will also have dinner with us, and then some nights she doesn't, and he'll just bring like a microwave meal and be eating that while he hangs out with Mum. It's because his wife works late on the Wednesday, so he hangs out while his wife works late, and then he goes and picks her up, and then they drive home. So yeah, it's 4 nights a week, and then 2 nights a week, which isn't a lot in retrospective. So I try to do a little bit more during the week where I can, but of course, like the last couple of weeks I've also been recovering from surgery, so I haven't actually been doing a lot of cooking. So I'm looking forward to kind of getting to a point where I can do a little bit more cooking again, because I actually do like cooking. Our meals mostly involve beef, but mostly chicken, vegetables, and rice. Yeah, we do a lot of chicken and a lot of vegetarian meals. Meat's also expensive. My dad basically eats none of my cooking on principle because I'm vegetarian. No, he's admitted some of my meat tastes better than meat. There's nothing wrong with actually having a vegetarian meal. Yeah. I quite like we do a lot of vegetarian meals, but Mum and I quite like a vegetarian meal. We're not vegetarians ourselves. Like, we like our meat. We also like our veggie meals. I do stipulate, like, Mum is someone who prefers a carb, and I'm someone who prefers a protein. So I'm happy to do a vegetarian meal. I'm just like, you need to make sure there is actually a protein in there, so I won't feel full, which is where like lentils come in. But yeah, I quite like doing a vegetarian meal sometimes, and yeah, there's some really wonderful meat replacements out there. My mum's not a huge fan of tofu, which makes me very sad because I like tofu. And sometimes, like when we do our own thing, I love to make tteokbokki, which is Korean spicy rice cakes, and that sauce with like gochujang, with like tofu and bok choy, and so yummy. I'm out of gochujang. I really need to pick some of that up someday. That's also valid, double A. Again, we go with the vibes, fed is best here. As long as you are eating, we don't judge what you eat. You know what? If it's McDonald's, if it's vegetarian, if it's like a salad or cake, doesn't matter. You're getting fed. That's all we care about. We would like for you to have nutritionally dense food, but if all you can manage is cake, at least you're having some form of nutrition. Don't judge that. And that's the thing too. There is no right or wrong diet for everybody, even though some people in the industry will say there is, because we all process things different. We all have different taste buds. We're all different people. So what works for one person makes one person feel great, may make another person feel like crap. So again, we go on that is best. Ooh, I love mango and passion fruit flavor AA. I am so with you on that. Like mango passion fruit, such a good flavor combo, especially in yogurt. It was actually always my favorite yogurt flavor growing up, because on Mondays it was yogurt day for school. Rest of the week Mum made us sandwiches, but on Mondays we got yogurt, and I was always very happy when I got a mango passion fruit one, because it was the best flavor. As much as I didn't like yogurt day, because the yogurts were always insipid and warm, and they were always like, compared to having 2 sandwiches, a tiny little pot of yogurt wasn't very satisfying. I now understand why. I've had week now, and I'm real proud of myself. Ari, I'm really proud of you too. It's a lot of effort to cook a meal every day, and to have a cooked meal every day is fantastic. I want passion fruit on top of my Christmas pavlova. Yep, that can happen. I love putting strawberries, passion fruit, blueberries, like all the berries with passion fruit. Oh, it's so good. And you can put like mango and oh, just so good. Quite often as well, we'll have a fruit salad on the side that we've made with all the lovely fresh fruits and berries and like passion fruit in there too. No kiwi fruit because again, allergic, so we don't put kiwi fruit in it for me. And we don't put pineapple in it for me because I am highly allergic to kiwi fruit and pineapple. Especially kiwi fruit. Like if we put one piece of kiwi fruit into the fruit salad, and then I took some fruit salad and I didn't have the piece with kiwi fruit in it, it's just that the kiwi fruit had cross-contaminated into the bowl, my mouth would go because I really don't need much kiwi fruit to have a reaction. Hugely allergic to it. Pineapple, I can have like the slightest nibble of pineapple and then my mouth will go. But if the kiwi fruit or pineapple is cooked, and I mean cooked really well, then I can eat it, which is why I do like pineapple pizza, because pineapple pizza usually is made with canned pineapple, so the canning process already heat treats the pineapple, but then it's reheated and recooked as it goes through the pizza oven, and so it's usually a way that I can safely eat pineapple. I have had an exception to that before. Yeah. Pavlovas is one of my favorite desserts. Yeah. Oh, I love pavlova. It's so good. I finished my little fairy boy and he's cute and adorable and it's food break time. Heck yeah, Ari. You may take my Aussie pass, but I don't like pavlova. That's okay, perfection. I actually didn't like pavlova growing up. And the reason I figured it out was because the reason I didn't like pavlova is my nana, my mum's mum, she made amazing pavlova. She always made like really tall pavlova. They were super tall, super thick, and they had that beautiful crisp outside, the marshmallow center, and it was so tall and so fluffy. And because they were so delicate, they had a little layer of cream on top and just a smattering of berries on top. What I figured out as I get older is that I need more berries and more cream. So now when I serve a pavlova, I don't top it. It's not as pretty looking, but I will serve the pavlova as just a pavlova. It's way easier to cut up, and then everyone can put their own ratio of cream to fruit on top. It's so much better, because for me, I like a lot of fruit and a lot of cream. And if I serve it decorated, I will have extra fruit and cream on the side, so you can add more. Yeah. They may have annihilated the enzyme, so canning, heat, and baking it. Yeah, and that's exactly it. There's a specific enzyme in kiwi fruit and pineapple. It's the same enzyme that is actually found in birch pollens, which is why I'm also allergic to birch. And when birch season starts, that's when I take the antihistamines, because birch pollen. So yeah, they're all related. It's a specific enzyme. So by heat treating it, they kill off the enzyme that causes the reaction. So yeah, but it has to be like really well cooked. Yeah. Pavlova is a it is an Aussie thing. It's a New Zealand thing. There's a lot of debate if it was originated from Australia or originated from New Zealand. If you ask Aussies, it's based in Aussie. If you ask Kiwis, it's based in Kiwiland. Yeah. I just say it's an Australasian dessert. I want lots of cream and fruit. Yeah. I want to come with that special fruits in season, the ones you can't ship. Feijoa season. Yeah. So you want to come during, it's a very short season, but it is delicious. You want to come basically between March and June. So March, they're kind of, it's autumn and early winter. Yeah, so basically you want to come during April. April is Feijoa season. It's Australian. It's pavlova as a whole I don't like. It's the texture. It's so sweet. Yeah, it is basically very marshmallowy and very sweet. So again, knowing now when I make it, it was also when my nana used to make it, she also served it with sweetened cream. So it was more sugar and then sugared fruits on top. So it was more sugar. So yeah, now when I serve it, unsweetened cream and fresh fruit that isn't sweetened in any form, and that helps, and a lot more fruit. And I love doing like passion fruit and stuff like that too, something like really acidic to cut through that sweetness. Passion fruit, mango, blueberries, and strawberries. Oh, such a good combo. Sometimes you can get real fancy and do a flake as well. April is the best month of the year. Oh, and see, April's not a particularly wonderful month in Aotearoa, but it is Feijoa season. Cream doesn't need to be sweetened. It does not. It does not. But it was very much a thing back then. I mean, my nana used to put sugar on vegetables. Mum tells me that story a lot. It's like, yeah. But it was just a different time, you know? I know, early autumn can be actually quite a nice season over here. It depends on what you're used to and what you're looking for in a season, I guess. Like, everyone has their times. I guess most people would say come in summer. Yeah. Alright. I like how that's progressing. Falsehood. I'd never heard of pavlova until I played an Australian video game. Ashley, kia ora, welcome in. Yeah, it's definitely an Australia/New Zealand thing. Like, I have no qualms to say it's an Australian dessert, but there's also such a strong connection to it to New Zealand that I would be remiss in saying it's not also a Kiwi dessert. That's why I just say it's an Australasian dessert. These arguments if it was served in New Zealand or Australia first. I'm not getting into the debate. It doesn't matter. It's delicious if you like it. Hello, another Ashley. You must be awesome. Yeah. Oh, the Ashleys. So we got an Ashley R and an Ashley A. Why is it called pavlova? Because of a ballerina. There was a ballerina that was touring Australia and New Zealand at the time, and she was light and airy on her feet. I can't remember her first name, but her last name was Pavlova. And there was a chef that was touring with them, and he created the dessert, and there's debate if it was first created in New Zealand or created in Australia. but it was called pavlova after this ballerina. Yeah. It's mostly Australian because you all have forgotten about. I mean, we don't even exist on 90% of maps, so yeah. A chef. Is that subtitles having a time? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was a ballerina, and there was like the chef that was traveling with them. But yeah, the official Wikipedia page even says it originated in either Australia or New Zealand, after the Russian ballerina Anna Pavlova. Yeah. The dessert has been believed to be created in honor of the dancer either during or after one of her tours to Australia and New Zealand. The nationality of its creator has been a source of arguments between the two nations for many years. Yeah. The dessert is an important part of the national cuisine of both Australia and New Zealand. It is frequently served during celebratory and holiday meals. It is most identified and consumed with most frequently in summer and including at Christmas time. And if you need an image of what a pavlova looks like, this is a pavlova served with traditional. You can see it's got passion fruit on there. It's also got pineapple. It's also got kiwi fruit. So kiwi fruit and strawberry is like a real classic combo. This one wouldn't have enough cream for me. But yeah. Also, that one has very clearly been exposed to the air for too long, because you can see it's quite syrupy and it's starting to dissolve here. So this one's not a good pavlova. It's been exposed in the air too long, which means they dressed it and they didn't air seal it, because it is essentially egg whites and sugar. So you can see this crisp outer edge here. It's like a crispy, crunchy edge, and then inside it's soft and marshmallowy. Yeah. Surely someone in the chef's family could clear that up. Yeah, if they could figure out who the actual chef was, that's half the problem. The cat stole the cheese off my sandwich. Ari Shadow does that all the time. All the time. But yeah, it's literally just egg whites and caster sugar. Yeah. The recipes for strawberry pavlova appeared in 11th of November 1911, but this was a kind of ice block or sorbet. And then believes it's a reprint from England. And then in 1922, the Australian home cookery contained meringue with fruit filling. But it's not like a pavlova. It's more meringue cut in half. And then there's a jelly in 1926. And then there's an argument for one in 1929. And then the first pavlova cake was 1934. It's been printed. And then there's like some evidence about it in Australia, but they kind of said it's around 1935. So it's like really debated as to where it's based. Lots and lots. So that's why it's kind of just recognised as Australia and New Zealand. So as you can see here, it's basically whipped egg whites, if you think about a meringue. And then the outside is, that one has gummy jellies on top. That is horrendous. But yeah, the outside is like crispy like a meringue, but then the inside is very fluffy like a marshmallow. Yeah. We don't put gummies on top, but hey, do you? It just kind of upsets me. And then yeah, that's kind of what most of the time. So you see how it like caves in on the edge, and then it kind of just gets filled in at the top. Yeah, it's a real effort to cook these and not have them crack and have them collapse and stuff like that, because it is a little bit of chemical magic to make them rise and stay the way they are. But honestly, like if they crack and fall apart, you cover them in so much cream and fruit that it doesn't even matter. Yeah. So you can't really go wrong with it. It's a great one for sort of like if you do things wrong, you just kind of hide it. I literally just eat the pav with no cream or fruit. I mean, it's also a vibe, like, it's a sweet marshmallow, essentially, with a crispy outside. Yeah. Mine are more rustic. Rustic's fine. I make mine thick with a slight dip in the middle to make room for cream. Double A, that's the mood. I think the multiple textures might freak me out. Ashley's Yarn Magic. Do we have a third Ashley in here? I love this. Or have Ashley Al just changed their name because I see a similar icon. Whoever put lilies on it is wrong. Yeah, I can see putting flake chocolate bar, and that's quite often done. Like, I'm not opposed to the idea of gummies on it, but I'm also not a huge proponent of it and wouldn't do it myself. I couldn't never be a Kiwi. Every time I've tried to make a meringue, it's failed. You're okay, Ari. I have only done a meringue successfully once. They're a lot of work. Honestly, I store by my pavlovas. It's not worth the effort trying to make it. Plus you end up with all these leftover egg yolks, which you then also have to try and use up. And with the cost of eggs right now, just buy pre-made pav. Honestly, in summer, Mum and I, we just buy pavs. Because strawberries are so cheap. We buy cream and we'll just buy pavs. And that's what we do for dessert. And we do it until we're sick of pavlova. And we're like, never again do we want to see a pavlova. Brittany, hello. You are Ashley Al. That's so good. Ashley A. No worries. That's all good, Ashley. I only said your last name because we already have another Ashley in here, Ashley AA. So, yeah. But yeah, now I can call you Ashley Yarn Magic. And that's quite alright. Yeah. Strawberries are so cheap, could not be here. Well, it's only around Christmas time, but not the week of Christmas time. Like, the week before Christmas, strawberries might be like $4 a punnet. The week after Christmas, strawberries might be like 2 for $5 for a punnet of strawberries, like a 250 gram little punnet of strawberries. Week of Christmas, $8 a punnet. Because everybody wants strawberries the week of Christmas. Night perfection. Get that good sleep. I should probably consider going to bed myself soon. It is getting up to 2 a.m. Which also, can't believe it's nearly 2 a.m. Sweden? Ooh. I love strawberries. Strawberries are delicious. And I love in Japan how frequent strawberries are because they have entire greenhouses dedicated to it so that they can grow strawberries in the winter. So they can have strawberry fruits all year round. I'm in Arizona next to California, so strawberries are affordable, especially in summer. Oh, yeah, we do grow strawberries here in New Zealand. So in summer, strawberries are very commonplace. There's a lot of orchard farms and stuff like that. But yeah, as I said, Christmas is in the middle of summer, and strawberries are one of those classic dessert items because everyone wants strawberries for their pavlova. So the week before Christmas, strawberries just skyrocket in price. And it's usually one of the big jobs before Christmas. Like, we will do a very easy, low-key Christmas. Just real chill, because again, it's summer, it's hot, it's sticky, nobody wants to put in any effort. One of the big jobs before Christmas is actually trying to find strawberries. Because, you know, you need to find them. You only want to buy them a day or two before Christmas so they don't start going funky. But then you have to, like, find them a day or two before Christmas. Yeah. $12 for a little tub. Strawberry prices aren't too bad right now, of course, because it's summer, so... Yeah. But that's kind of the thing, like, again, we were talking about before, like, I live in New Zealand, and I live in a particularly dairy prolific area. We grow cows and make so many dairy products. Our butter, our dairy products shipped around the world. We make amazing dairy. A block of butter, which is half a pound of butter, a half pound block of butter, 18 New Zealand dollars. We can't afford our own dairy products here. May as well buy a cow. Yep. We often joke because the neighbors who live down the driveway and live like way down in the bush behind us, there's some farmland just under my window, and they all go in together and they buy like a couple of cows and a couple of sheep, and then they graze them on the land and raise them, and then they, you know, butcher them for meat. So they do home kill. So during summer we have cows and sheep that are very noisy under the windows. And so when they're going, we often joke, oh, we'll just go and raid the cow away. But yeah, I can look out my window and see the cows grazing for milking in the distance. It's like, And the factory that makes like the cheese and butter and dairy products, it's about 40 minutes from here. It's not that far. But yeah, it's cheaper to buy our butter overseas than it is to buy our butter locally. But that's just also part of the way that things go with export prices and stuff like that. Because again, we do also make a lot of products for export. Because island country. So I'm going to make money somehow. So we export a lot of stuff. Actually, Cassie, you saying about your brother eating the pavlova with no fruit. There's a restaurant that we went to as kids, and it was an all-you-could-eat buffet. And one of the things they had on the dessert stand was these little mini meringues. And so my brothers decided to host a mini meringue eating competition and see how many they could eat between them. They ate like 150 of them. In the end, the restaurant stopped bringing out the bowls, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you cleared them out of the mini meringues. Like, how could you just eat them plain? They're just sugary air. But no, they dug it. Each to their own. Strawberries are easy to grow, from what I've heard. I have a black farm. I have tried to grow strawberries before, AA. I failed. I did not even get any flowers. The only thing that I have successfully grown is spring onions or green onions from the tops of existing spring/green onions. That is the only thing that I can regrow. Mini meringues with milk and strawberries could be cereal. Very true. I grew potatoes on our balcony. Harvested them this morning. Got 5 the size of a thumb. I was forbade from eating them. Oh, you got little baby potatoes. Oh my god, I love baby potatoes. So good. Potatoes are live. Potatoes are delicious. Again, I live in Hobbitland. Potato. Mash and boil them, stick them in a stew. Samwise Gamgee, best character. Best boy. Okay. I like where we're going with that. It's going to do a different colour, but then it's like, you know what, we're going to keep it harmonious. So I did use a little bit of purple in here as well. I kind of dig it. So I haven't done the horns yet because I think I'm going to pull out like a metallic to do all the little claw bits, and then I'll do the same for that there. And a yellow paint pen for there. And either gold or silver for the chains and details. Like, we're going to pull out some metallics. We're going to do it the easy way. But before we move on to the next part, we will put away a couple of pencils. Guess there's not too many pencils to put away because it's such a limited colour palette. Okie dokie. Alright, now we've got our Inktense out. I believe the Inktense colour chart is there. So, I know we want some dark mink. Frickin' love that colour for stonework. Kinda like that colour just in general. It's a good colour. Dark mink. And then we want to bring in a little bit of burnt umber. So we want some dark brown. We're going to bring in some sepia ink. Gives us a dark brown black. Let's bring in some neutral grey. Do we want some Payne's grey? Would emphasize the purple. No, I don't think that's right. And then we want just classic black. I think we'll go ink black. Yeah, we'll just go classic ink black. Okay. So, we've got our Inktense. So, our ink black is our dark. And then we've got sepia ink, burnt umber. And then our two greys. So, we are going to try and place this a little logically. So, we'll put our darker colours where things should be a bit darker. But we're also working with Inktense, and the joy here is that because we're working with Inktense, we can kind of be a bit messy, because like it's Inktense, it's gonna bleed and smush and be beautiful, and we can just kind of smush, and that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're going to try and think logically and go, okay, yep, there should be a little bit of shadow here, there should be a little bit of overhang here. But we're also going to smush a lot of colours together. And it's my favourite way to create stone texture because you don't have to think. And that's exactly what I want. I don't want to think. I just want to smush it. Smush it, smush it, smush it. Right, you're a nice big dark area right there, so we're going to make you all dark because you're far away. I hear Mum going to bed, so we will have to be conscious of that now. I have no advice because I have never grown potatoes. I've never grown anything. Except for green onions that have regrown. Oh, went over the edge there. Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. Kinda just scribbling. I want these corners dark. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Alright. Surprise Shadow hasn't meowed at you. I'm pretty sure he's asleep in front of either the fire or my bed. He did pop in before. Did have a little like, why aren't you in bed yet? Moment. But yeah, he's possibly in front of the fire because Mum had the fire on. But now she's going to bed. If he's not already asleep on my bed, we'll get him. Yeah, speaking of, guess who just walked into the room? You knew we were talking about you, didn't you? Because yes, Mum's just gone to bed. I just heard her door close, so we will also be very conscious of the fact that Mum is now asleep. So no more yell yell lull. I know this looks like a mess right now. Trust the process, folks. Trust the process. Scribble, 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 scribble. What did I just use? I used Boom Jumbo. I was just using this one. Oh well, that's fine. Just... Okay, this album I think is Brain Itchy album. I see it skip to here. Alright, that's better. Certain albums on the playlist can make my brain feel a little itchy. And some days I don't mind the itchy. And then some days I'm like, I don't want the itchy. Today's not an itchy brain day. We trust in Amy, she made red abs, yeah. Is that she bringing album? Same, yeah. Yeah. Nope. Nope. Already on it. Already on it. Today's not an itchy brain album day. Some days can be. Some days I don't mind the itchy brain album. Today is not one of those days. Okay. Here we go. I know. Trust the process, folks. This is why I love Inktense, because you don't have to give two shites. I'm colouring like a grown-up. This is totally professional colouring. Yes, the sound effects help. I'm losing the plot a little bit. It is 2 AM. Scribble, 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 scribble. Didn't realize it was Inktense. I was really trusting the process. Oh, you're all good. Last prompt, please. Okay. Oh, I closed the random number generator. Gene. Grim Bride. Okay. Yeah, Shadow's just content on the floor there. And now we start to have fun. This may not be the right brush for it. I need more. Sometimes this can be a bit of a problem of a technique where the paper isn't the greatest, but also the paper here is not the greatest, but it's gonna work because just realized I need a scrap piece of paper behind it, because the splotchiness of the paper is also going to add to the splotchy effect of the stone, so it'll actually work out quite well. Yeah. I think this might be the first time I've seen the Inktense process. This is not my usual Inktense process. This is my, I've got a bunch of stonework to do and I don't want to do it, so we're doing lazy stonework process. Usually I'm a little bit more controlled in the Inktense, but also it does work really well for when you've got a lot of stone to do and you really give no shites. Like, honest to God, just scribble it on and then activate in sections. So each section is its own activation pattern. And just kind of smush and stab it all together. I don't know, it just kind of works for me. The randomness helps, you know? Like, I don't know to y'all, but to me that kind of reads like stonework in the distance. There's no real effort there, it's just smush and activate. And that's why I kind of like this technique, because it's just kind of go for it, and then if you need to like darken any areas, you just go back in. Again, work smarter, not harder. I could sit here and manually colour these all in very pedantically, but then also that's incredibly boring, and why would I want to do that? Now, just to make sure that our future gold applications work, or metal applications, I'm just going to also put some excess Inktense over here, just so it's got like a similar base, so when we put whatever metallic paint pen we do for the chain, it'll activate the same and look similar. And then the beautiful thing about this too is because we've already done all the pencil work, if our Inktense goes over the pencil, the wax and oils in the pencils will just kind of naturally push off the Inktense, so it won't even like go over, so you can kind of be really messy. Yeah. So yeah, there's a stonework in the background. I mean, it's a bit easier in the background because it's all in distance, so you can kind of be even more smushy. So yeah, it's not about like smoothly activating everything together. You want to keep that splotchiness, that splatteriness, and that randomness of it. And it just, I don't know, it just kind of works as stone. It's one of those tricks that I've always done. Just starts reading as stone in the distance, you know? Make sure we go right up to these edges because the white does not read as stone. Large spaces and backgrounds are where I start to struggle, so I like seeing this method. Yeah. Something like this where the background is all one color as well, or one texture. Just like, I know we've got a mixture of like polished and carved stone and then like flat, like rough stone, but it's still stone. Like, I'm sure I could sit here for hours and very pedantically color it in and it would look beautiful, but does it appeal to me? No. Did I think about the fact that when I chose this page, I knew I had a technique for very quickly filling in stone with Inktense? Yes. Did I know from the start that we were going to be doing this technique? Yes. Because it's so much easier. And then the great thing about this too is that Inktense, once activated and then dried, dry permanently. So like once we're done, the Inktense is done, we'll leave it to dry, and then there'll be a couple of like metallic highlights and stuff like that. But if I want to add in more pigment anywhere, if I feel like when it dries one area looks flat, I can just go in and add another wash. Can basically keep going until the paper doesn't last, and this is colouring heaven paper, so it's not like the most permanent, but it'll hold up enough. The texture of the paper actually kind of works here too, making stone look more like stone. Eventually want to try out watercolour and stuff for backgrounds, but I'm not there yet. I'm still not great with watercolour in that. I'm better at doing just sort of like random abstract where you've kind of got those splotchy colours that fade out. I do a lot of that sort of stuff, and that's actually quite fun. It's quite a good break as well, because especially like, you know, working with pencils and stuff like that, we're very controlled sometimes, you know, like with BAT Boy here. We spent ages shaping those abs and creating that texture and building up the layers of the pants. And that took a long time, so it's quite fun to do this background where I literally slapped on the colour, which you saw how quickly I slapped that on. Like, the point was not to be pedantic. And it's quite a fun difference too. So it's quite good sometimes just to sort of go for it with backgrounds and just like have fun. Again, with the bookmarks that I'm working on, I've got these things here, and this is water-based marker, so like Crayola Super Tips. I coloured them on a plastic lid, picked them up with a water brush and just smushed them around. So I'm going to work over those ones with some pencils to pick out little animals and stuff like that. Then I've got these ones here, which are literally just the water-based markers smushed on the page and then topped with some glitter. And it's a lot of fun, and it's very quick, very easy. Again, I'm messy, I'm bleeding everywhere, but that's kind of the point. Like, I'm just playing around with watercolory textures. Not that one, but yeah, just it's fun to play and try these things. And like, if it doesn't work out, doesn't work out. Do it in some PDFs, print out some pages, just go for it, have fun. You never know what you come up with. Can you shape my abs? I wish. If I figure out how, you'll be second in queue after me. But also, no matter what shape your abs are, it's fabulous. There should be no pressure to be any particular shape, because you are a shape, which means you exist, and that means you're a person, and that means you're perfect. I have Crayolas and water brush pen things I haven't tried using yet. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And Crayola Super Tips make fabulous water-based paints. You just need a non-porous surface. So, I mean, one of my surfaces is a Ferrero Rocher container lid, a plate, a piece of plastic, like anything like that, and you just scribble on with the marker, and then you use the water brush to pick it up, and it turns it into sort of like a watercolor, and then you just put it down. And one of the reasons why I like the Crayola Super Tips is because they come in such a range of colors. I don't feel the need to make colors because there's so many colors, so I just use the color, like a color that's there, that's been already made in the pen form. Just kind of play around and go for it. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And if it doesn't work out, I mean, it's just Crayola Super Tip, so just, you know, yeah. I call that my insulation. It's so I stay warm. It's very important. That's why I have extra layers of insulation, because I need to stay extra warm. I need to constantly remind myself that these are just colouring books and I can experiment. Exactly, you absolutely can. You know, like, you cannot colour wrong. You cannot colour wrong. Sometimes pages won't go to plan. Sometimes, you know, things might go the way you expect, or, you know, the outcome isn't the right for what you're planning. But it doesn't mean your colouring was wrong, because you've still learned things along the way. You've still coloured. You've still experimented and tried. And I also don't believe any colouring page is ever truly ruined, because as you grow in skills, you might be able to come back and actually amend things that you once would have considered ruined, which is something I've done before too. So yeah, it's just like, try something out. If you like it and it works, awesome. And if it doesn't, well, you've learned that that doesn't work for you. You need to either try again or do something different. Turn the page. Because I know for most of us, we have more colouring books than we're probably ever going to colour in our lifetime. I can give you an estimated breakdown on how many lifetimes it's going to take me to complete all my colouring pages, which I believe at this stage is 55 years. Right, so I need to let that dry for a minute, and then we can assess where we're at. If there's anywhere else we need to activate or reblend, like how I've already seen an area up here that needs a little bit more work, which is usually the way. Usually the first area I activate, I need to come back to a little bit. But yeah, I mean, look how quickly we just did that entire background. Alright, I'm going to just fast for the hairdryer. It'll be just a moment. Oh, that's right, that button don't work. Okay, those of you that like crispy, crunchy pages. How's that for some ASMR? Or very aggressive noise. She crunchy. Alright. And we're just going to shove these ones back in any which hole, because it's just easier. I really need to sort out my Inktense case. And we're going to take our cool grey 6. So we were using warm grey. We're going to use cool grey. We're just going to use this to define a couple of shadow areas just a little bit more intensely, because we did lose some of our intensity a bit here. But it really won't take long, because most of our intensity is still there. So we're just sort of defining a few areas and making it like, oh look, there really is a shadow here. Just making a few areas pop. But yeah, look how quickly that stone came together. That big expanse of stone is basically all done. And that's why I love this technique. And like, yeah, you could sit there and make a more fabulous, more pedantic, more accurate stone. This is good enough. Does the job. It's just a background. We're not really going to spend that long on it. We're not going to look at it that long, because we're going to be too busy distracted looking at Bat Boy. Like, we all know where the attention's going. The main character knows that he's the main character. There's no denying it. So like, let's give him his flowers, you know? So yeah, it's not about covering everything up. We're just sort of defining a couple of areas just to make a few areas stand out a little bit more and amplify what we've already got there. I'm sure this is the cover of a spicy romance novel. I wouldn't be surprised, Double A, because Cris Ortega actually does a lot of book covers. So I wouldn't be surprised. Like, a lot of their work is illustration work. I was watching a video last night and there are kitty books you need. Ooh, they're from Japan. What books are they? I mean, I do love my kitty books. We all know this. We do indeed like kitty books. Took pics of the cover. Good idea. Alright. Feel inspired to colour, but I have to be at work. No, I'm sorry to hear that. I forgot to put base over that. Hopefully there's a little bit of residue left on my brush. Nope. Okay, cool. You're just going to be lighter. Alright, I think for my metallics are elsewhere. Because I think these are all matte, though I just did see a gold in here. I think all my metallics are in my other box, and these are all my matte ones. Which isn't oozing in oil, because we can do the yellow. Go away here. But I don't think I can do any matte metallics. Because I think I also might need gel pen for some of these. We could do the white and yellow. There's one that had princess dresses. I'll rewatch the video when I'm actually awake and DM you. Oh, good. It totally ruins fun. It really does. It really does. Alright. So I won't be able to do all the paint pen details, but we can get a couple of them in there. Like making his eyes just a little bit more pow. I'm going to do the same for these candles, which technically we should do like little light glows and stuff around them. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm going to pretend that there's really not a lot of light coming from them. It's one of those magical boudoirs where it's super light, like perfect lighting. Couple of white shinies in the eyes. a little bit, release, so it's not as intense. Scratch off the excess. So just a little touch, but making his eyes that much more pop. So yeah, alright, give me 2 ticks and I will grab the metallics, because they're in the next room, and then we'll be done. Shadow has absolutely crawled his way into bed over there. He looked at me as I came in and goes, "Are you coming to bed now? Are you coming to bed now?" And he gave me the evils as I just picked up what I picked up and walked out. I love these super golden markers. These things are gorgeous. I've been using them so damn much lately. Right. You're more orange. You're more red. I still feel like you're copper than your actual gold. What do we want? What do we want? I wish it was like a black, because that would be really cool to do for all the details on the pants. I could do classic gold. They're kind of coppery. I think copper would actually be quite cool, and I don't really use a lot of copper. And then the red can be for him. You just finished your doodle page? Nice. So we're going to start over here. Again, this is kind of a little bit of a cop out, but also I don't feel like adding glitter is the right thing, so let's add shiny, shiny metallic. Oops, I should have done the chains first, because you are going to block on top of them. That's okay. Yeah, no, I don't think glitter's the right call here, but these super metallic markers with their super metallic-y shine. Not that their red looks particularly shiny, but it's actually quite good. It's quite a good colour for them. Keep on catching my ring on the side of my nose as I go to like rub my nose, so keep on catching that ring on the side of it. Now here's where I may regret all my decisions. Because there's a lot of chains, and now we're gonna sit here and colour them all in. And she was going to say, oh, I wish she was a black, but I also grabbed the jelly rolls, and there's definitely a black metallic in the jelly rolls, so we're fine. We can do the pants. Sorry, just going into hyper-focus mode here as we get more and more of our chain building. Alright, don't think I've missed any sections yet. Just got the video to find it. You aren't allowed to order any other books potentially for a bit, but the two I sent are safe. Okay. Good to know. You're saying Instagram? I see messages. Yes, the blue one is Colours Makes You Happy, which is on my to order list. And then, yes, the, I think it's Looking for Flowers of Happiness or something. Yes, that one's also on my, like, I should order this next time I do a Japanese order haul. There's a couple of others that are on my, like, next time I do, I save up enough to do a Japan order. Not that I need to order anything in a hurry because I've got plenty of books to work through. But yeah, they're definitely ones that are on my list. I do agree with you. And yes, that specific Colours Makes You Happy is one that is definitely on my list too. I think it's number 5. Can't remember. It's very, very pretty. So cute. A lot of them are actually quite cute, but that one in particular, very, very cute. You know me very well, Double A. I know I'm being a little quieter. It's because I also am aware that my mum's gone to bed, so I'm just trying to... We're going very low energy now, which isn't a bad thing because, you know, I should also start winding down for bed because it is 2:30 AM. But I'm also very conscious of the fact that, you know, my mum is trying to sleep, so... But we are just about done here with this one, and I think once that's done, I think we'll call it a night. As much as it would be awesome to just kind of go through until Colouring Bumblebee is streaming and then just carry on the train, it's not happening for like another 4 or 5 hours, so yeah. But I feel pretty pleased with what we've got and done on here so far. We're not quite there yet. We've still got a couple more bits to do in them. But we will finish this tonight. Yeah, we've still got the chain around his neck and a little bit of pants details. And then I think we can call this one done. This is making me sleepy. Probably a silly question. Do you know Van Stokes? I do indeed, and I do indeed have her. I have one of her colouring books. I have the purple one with the wolf on the front. I found it locally for $3, and I was so stoked. Jokes, because her name's Van Stoke. Yeah, and I found out about it through Colouring Heaven, actually, because I got the Colouring Heaven and Stoke special, which then caused me to look her up, and then I found her colouring book for $3. And I do prefer her colouring book to the Colouring Heaven one, because it's actually bigger, and you can see the details clearer, and it's just much, much better in my opinion. I wish I was strong enough to stay up, but like I don't always have this sort of energy, and like I do feel it kind of going, which is understandable. Right, I want to get that gold black in particular. Like I love this. I'm really surprised at how much I like the gold shadow and silver shadow tones. 6x5, yeah. So what we're using here is this one here where it has a gold reflect, but it's actually a black. It's a really neat colour. I like it. And that's what we're going to use for the chains around his neck. So it will have that black tone, but also have a little bit of a gold reflect. Kind of tie in with the black, but also the gold. Because this is so tiny, we're not really going to be able to do everything, so we're just kind of going to dot it in and let people use their imagination. And that's fine. Will get out of the way because you're not even working. And then I want a black for the pants. The black has a very silver reflect for the metallic black. Yeah, we have metallic black which has silver. That's not correct. I could technically get the glaze pens and glaze the entire lot, but that's not correct. I think we'll stick with the same colour. Chugger's not being able to relax. Oh, yeah. Next early stream can keep me up later. Yeah. My next stream is technically 9 AM on Sunday, which is it's 2:30. So free 6.5 hours plus a day. That's my regular stream time. I didn't technically need to do the laces. There are other parts that I could have done. I was going to do parts of the design, but for some reason I went for the laces. So I guess we're doing the laces. I mean, you might as well make the laces a feature. Why not? Actually, do we have like a coppery colour? We do have a copper. Let's pull out copper. We also have a brown. 517. No, that's the sepia, not the copper. And 554. Probably you? No, you're 519. You? 554. There's a buckle here. Don't like that. Don't like that. It's fine. Buckle there. Buckle there. We've got more laces up there. there. It's not much, but just like little touches. I don't think it needs a lot. Yeah, just like little touches on there. We could possibly put some like really sharp white highlights on there, but I don't think it kind of needs it. I think I'm kind of happy with just calling it like that. Like we've got the page like that, and then there's a few shiny little details, but when you look at it like that, which I have to hold it like that to stop with the light shine because pencil, I think we're okay with it like that. Now I may look at this tomorrow and go nope, and then add in a couple more black highlights, but I think we're okay like that. Again, it is all focused on the Bat Boy, and I like the way he looks. And if I decide that I want to make more of a focus out of him, honestly, I might just grab like a glossy medium and just make him a bit glossy, if you get the idea, and make the pants glossy. But I think it's alright. I think I like it like that. I'm really happy with that background. Again, it's just a really simple, easy, quick way to knock out that background. But it's all it needed because it's really all about him. So we don't need to worry about that background. Glitter abs. Yeah, no, I don't think glitter abs is needed. Glossy abs we could do, but I also don't think that's needed either. I really just think it's okay as is. I think I'm okay to call it. But again, with all my colouring, I put it to the side, I look at it, and then the next day I might come back to it and add little touches. So there might be a little bit of like a couple of white highlights or something like that that I add the next day. But I think essentially I'm happy to call it like that, you know? I feel good with it like that. And the only thing that I would possibly do is pull out black glaze pen and go over the pants in its entirety to create the illusion of maybe more pleather pants, which could be a fun textural thing, but I don't think it needs it. But if I get up tomorrow and decide, nah, I want to do that, I'll do that, because the glaze pens have a little bit of transparency too. So even if I use the black, it's still going to be a little sheer. But yeah, it's Red Bat Boy. It's a Cambion. A Cambion is a half fiend creature from D&D. It is a half devil that you will make a pact with. They come and seduce you and steal your soul and try and take you back to the 9 planes of hell. It's a good character. Ooh. So yeah, I think that's a really good point to call it, and that means I can have my desk free to sort of just lie these around and let these dry overnight, so that tomorrow I can come in and cut them apart and then maybe laminate if I can be bothered. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I think we will call it at this point, because again, it is 20 to 3 in the morning, so it's definitely bedtime. I appreciate all of you so much for being here and hanging out. What's the DC to seduce him? My charisma is past 6. Well done, well done. So yeah, as I said, we will be back on Sunday with regular stream. We will carry on with Neocolor and working on the kitties and hopefully getting that page knocked out too. We are getting to the end of the month, so it is nice to get a few things finished off and wrapped up. But in the meantime, look after yourself, lots of rest, lots of care, and I will catch you all in the next stream. Yeah, and then just because I realized that I need to do this because YouTube will auto make a thumbnail and we need to make sure it's of the actual character, so we'll just hold this for a minute so YouTube finds a thumbnail, because then I don't have to make a thumbnail. And I don't want to think about a thumbnail at 3 AM in the morning. So we're just going to let YouTube do its processing and think for a minute and go, oh look, she pauses here for a second. So this is very clearly a thumbnail. Alright YouTube, that should be enough for you. Thanks all for being here. Appreciate you. Bye. Oh, of course, my thing doesn't work. I have to do it manually. Ooh.